Hey everyone, I'm on here tonight. You ready to rock and roll? I am set up both ways in case any fuckery goes on, and I'm going to say that gently because that's my gentle tonight. So, let's get right into it, people. Get my stuff out of the way here. Hi, everybody. Just cleaning off my desk, trying to make some space here. I've got quite a bit written down so that I don't digress. I've got quite a bit that I want to go from top to bottom here. And then who remembers our last live together, our members live together? How many of you remember our last live? Do you remember vaguely a few things that we stated in the live? I'm asking this because there are a few things in the allegations that actually came up in the live. Hello. Just giving everybody a second to get on here quickly. Hi, everyone. Miss Nikki Nick. As soon as I get a minute, we're all going to be going right in. Just want to wait for a couple more people to pop on because I know a few of them said they were showing up tonight. And hello, everyone. Hi, Bubbly Bath. Queen B, Lisa. All right. We're not going to be waiting too much longer here. Okay, so how many of you guys remember our last live? Vaguely, last live. Do you guys remember? I want you to think about what's in the allegations, right? It is just me, screen frozen. Good. Okay, Veronica. I'm glad you're right on top of it, evidently, tonight. There's a lot of comments here tonight, and you're one of the main ones that are right on top of something here. Okay. Great. There's a mosquito in here. Okay. Get out of the way of this camera over here. Maybe I can move over here so you guys can see anything over here. Okay, so when we spoke in our last live for Sebastian, I want you to remember something. The allegations, just a few of the allegations so far, speaks about a nurse. Okay, do you remember the nurse that Sebastian spoke about in our last live? If you don't, go rewatch the video when we are done or when you have time. Sebastian talked about a nurse in our reading, the last reading we had. And conveniently, that's one of the allegations that came up. The nurse suspected something really, really suspicious. You guys remember? And then the other. Do you remember when he talked about his belly and Chris? That is another allegation. But it's worded in the report as stomach. Sebastian called it his belly. Those are just two of the things so far that I can recall. But as we go along, I'm sure there's going to be more to come up. Yes. He spoke of Chris, cut, Chris, hurt belly. He also said he spoke to the nurse. Chris told nurse I needed something, but I didn't. He wanted me dead. The nurse in itself coming up is a little strange And the fact that it came up in here, that kind of boggled my mind a little bit, because that was our last live and Sebastian was talking about it. Oh yeah, you were frozen? Okay. Well, I have 2 lives going on purpose. So if my computer screws up, we don't lose connection. That's why I've been doing it this way, because I think it's a really good backup to have. Because for a while our lives were going nutty on the computer and it would just go off and on. For tonight, for the allegations, let's talk about those, okay? We're going to talk about the very, very, very first thing in this, okay? Why was the day trip so important? Why was the day trip so important in this? Hello to everybody that I have not said hello to. I'm just want to get right in, and I don't want to digress on anything. I want to speak about a few important factors here, because this is everything that the Proudfoots denied the whole entire time. The day trip is important because the day trip kind of like flaunts Sebastian around here, and he's on camera here. That was the motive there, to have him on camera in every fact of the matter. You can go see, we were over there. We were on that camera. We showed up here. But the only one that she did not state was the Texas Roadhouse video. Why is that? The Texas Roadhouse video is very, very, very important in this case. I think the Texas Roadhouse video is probably the be it, know all it. You understand what I'm saying? The factors, yeah. And that video showed the person that she met up with there. And if you notice, she was looking around in that video a lot. She was taking, and the fact that she took a picture of Sebastian on camera, you could see her taking a picture of Sebastian, right? How many of you saw her take a picture of Sebastian? How many of you saw him shaking his head no? How many of you saw what looked like her to pull out almost like another phone out of her pocket? Now, for Sumner County to say that they didn't know that video existed, that would be a false thing. Why did it take Dog the Bounty Hunter to have that video put out for them to supposedly interview the green hoodie? Thank you, Bubble Beth. It was very, 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 very staged. And it's all coming out now. And this is why I stated early on that Seth needed to file a federal lawsuit against Child Protective Services and Sumner County Sheriff's Office. And on top of the Proudfoots for doing exactly everything they needed to do to stage everything. Now, the video itself would have been the most up-to-date picture of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, right? Correct. I'm sure we all know this. Why did she not state to the prosecutors, to anybody that she needed to state it to, that we were just at Texas Roadhouse? If I don't have an up-to-date picture, there's one on video at Texas Roadhouse. Why would she? Because that proves where she was. That was the last known proof of life of Sebastian. How many of you remember Seth stating that when he asked for proof of life, he saw a video of Sebastian supposedly taking out the trash, that he could practically not validate that was him because the video was all choppy and it was fuzzy. And on top of that, it couldn't have come from the Proudfoot's home because it stated in the allegations that they didn't have working cameras. So now we know for a fact that they did not have their cameras on the night that he vanished. So now we know. See those little things, those little tidbits that come out? Now you know there are things from the neighbor's house that we did find out. That in general. When you go back to the Texas Roadhouse video, I will have to place a clip up here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to place it in the community tab tomorrow. And I want you all to pay attention to that community tab post, because you're going to see the way she just pushes Sebastian aside like he was nothing to her, which kind of made me wonder why she did that, to do that in the first place. Well, that's the point. That's my why did you not talk about the Texas Roadhouse video? Because that would have proved her whereabouts that night. That would have come up to the detectives, correct? Because according to the detectives, they never investigated a Texas Roadhouse video. How can you simply leave that out? That would have been his last meal. His last meal. Now, when the green hoodie appeared on the side of her vehicle, in my opinion, that's where whatever Sebastian was given that night came from that person. Do I think that that was a woman? I got that that was a man, and that's what I'm sticking to. I'm not going behind of what I say or what Spirit said. I will say what I feel and what I believe to be. No matter if I'm wrong or right, Spirit, that's what Spirit and I agreed on. That's what it is. And do I trust law enforcement at this time? Absolutely not. How do we know that that person wasn't a man? And how do we know that that person didn't just up and die because he could have proved anything at that point? Yeah, Casey, I do as well. And that's the last known proof of life of Sebastian. To say he went missing on the 26th, how can you say that? Because there's a video of Sebastian taking the trash out. How many times did he say in the video that wasn't him taking the trash out? I'm sure you guys all heard it. He stated it several times in our videos. Right. And why would the green hoodie go into the woman's bathroom? I think it was for Katie to cop something, considering the fact of the matter is, if we'll get in much into later in the video here, Sebastian did not have his appointment with his nurse. His nurse called in a tip that was very sus, very suspicious. And I'm just looking at a message on the phone. How do you miss a very important mental health appointment days prior to his disappearance? That now do we know why that she missed it? No, it could have been, in my opinion, he didn't go because he probably would have told his mental health nurse he was either being abused, even more so, or Chris was around him and shouldn't have been, or it wasn't so he couldn't have his pills refilled if he was getting his medication refilled through that mental health service, which most likely he was. Because in order for you to get mental health medication, you have to go through a specific doctor. You can't just get it from your pediatrician. You have to get it from a mental health facility or a mental health doctor in itself. Right. And Veronica, for me, that's more fishy than ever. Veronica says, called in Friday to cancel for Monday. Conveniently, he went missing Monday. Supposedly. I'm going to stick with Sunday. He didn't go missing. That whatever happened to him there. Veronica is 1,000% right on that. So we really got to take into accountability here of what this actual Texas Roadhouse video actually states and doesn't state. Is it anything that we can hear verbally? No. But the actions and the fishiness is all right there. The fact that there was running in and off camera as well in the background of this person. Did you guys see that on that video as well? And how nervous Sebastian looked. He did not just go into this Texas Roadhouse and then come out nervous for any reason. He knew who that person was. He knew who that person was. So whatever was planned from the Texas Roadhouse meeting, because she didn't mention it to the police. And if she did, they're not saying because they're covering her ass. Now, for it to be exactly, okay, the night that he went missing, why wasn't a present picture shown? This should tell you in what capabilities police took up for the Proudfoots. Because even so, right? Even so, if she didn't supposedly tell them, and I don't know how many of you actually believe that she didn't tell Sumner County that she wasn't at Texas Roadhouse. I call bullshit. Okay, I call bullshit. So they knew. They had to have known. They just didn't give a shit. Why not change his picture after the video came out? TBI did not change his picture after that video came out. But do you know who was willing to do it? Per Seth, the FBI. The FBI. Yeah. And you could see the kind of like the fear in his body language. He was trying to pay attention to the person because he felt really unsafe. Really unsafe, if you've noticed that. He felt completely unsafe in that video. Now, a lot of people are talking about the yellow jacket. I didn't feel a pull to the yellow jacket. I didn't find it, my immediate attention should have went to the yellow jacket. Okay, I'm being told to talk about Chris. As you can all see now, Sebastian kept saying Chris was not in the place where he was supposed to be. He stated over and over again. They did not vet this man's alibi. The detective on the case, brand new to this kind of thing, didn't do much work. Very amateur, very poor police work, inadequacy. It was insane. Now let's get to the when she took him to multiple places. Let's talk about the key factor in the multiple places here. How many of you are aware of someone with autism that they don't like the change of scenery? Caleb is very funny with switching up. If I say, first of all, he doesn't really like to go anywhere. It's a really hard thing for him to just go out of his comfort zone. But I can say we're going to go to the store, and he still doesn't like that. But we have to try to get him out of the house and try to get him to be more. Sensory overload is huge for switch ups for children with autism. And if I say, hey, bud, we're going to go here next, that's a no-go. That's a no-go. Routine is huge for these kids. And the fact that she took him here, and here was not to benefit him. It was just to be on camera. Children with autism do not like the routine switch up. Do not. So to say to Sebastian's father, look, we had a good time. Why do you need to feel to imply that so much, to push it at Seth? Because you needed to prove, because you knew the background of it all. who were too busy trying to make his life out to be this proper. He had a great life, but we are now knowing, as he's been stating all this time, there has never been a peace of mind in that house. You married a monster. From energy matches energy. When they did the first interview, you know, I see a lot of people talking about her linguistics, her behavior, her soothing herself. And the one thing I must say on that is I don't believe she's soothing herself from. I think she's soothing her fears when she rocks. If you guys noticed, I rock. For me, that's just, I like to rock. I've done it for years with my babies when they were little. So it just never left me. I like the rocking. So when you guys see me do this, it's just, that's me being comfortable with you guys. A lot of you guys are like family to me, and I'm comfortable with you. So I rock. So the funny thing is making out. They included him in family events. Oh yeah, definitely. They didn't include him in jack shit. I've never seen a picture of Chris Carr's son, Pink Butterfly, but I'm interested in looking at it. I noticed the guy at, I'm going to say the guy. So if you guys want to say female, that's okay. My opinion is not your opinion. The guy that I believe I saw at Texas Roadhouse looks like Chris Proudfoot's, I want to say cousin or Danny Guy's son. So I've never seen a picture of his son, and I'd be willing to look at it. If you guys want to send it to my messenger, please do so. I just can't look at it right now because the live is going here, and I want us to be able to have this live just in case it's a backup. I think it's William Guy's son. Okay. Well, he's related to, let's just leave it as he's related to Chris Proudfoot, okay? I could be wrong on the detail. Thank you. Chris Carr, have you seen his crazy beard in here? I have not. For me, he looks like Chris Proudfoot's relative. And if that's the case, I want to say his name is William. I could be wrong on the name. You guys can all do your research. But he is a level, I want to say he's a sexual predator. So what would he be doing there with Katie near Sebastian? If that is him. It's like her life, she's surrounded by pedophilia. Kylie, it could very well be that that's the person I'm trying to talk about. And he got out of jail not long prior to that. Okay. Does that mean it's him? No, but to me, I saw a picture of him because someone sent me a picture of him specifically. And if you go look at the Texas Roadhouse video, it kind of resembles him with the hair kind of, I mean, the person walking does kind of have like a funny walk like a woman, but to me, I got a male. And that's what I feel. You still think it's her mambo? He hit the drugs when he got out. Well, you know what? Let's compare the pictures the next time we're on here. I'll try to post a video with side by side, and we'll do the pictures. If you guys can send me the pictures, send me the pictures, and we will do that kind of like poll, who's who and what's what. I mean, it's kind of like, who do you guys feel? Because, you know, in your opinion, you see it with your own eyes. You know what I mean? Right. Any perfect example, Bubbly Beth. Any man or woman can walk into a bathroom and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I messed up," and walk out. Perfect. That's a perfect analogy. Yes, definitely. Yeah, if you can send me Jacob's Carr's picture, I would definitely like to see that and see what he looks like. I definitely wouldn't mind seeing that. Just for my comfort to see where that would even fall into this. I do think her taking him to all these places thinks, oh, that's her alibi for the day, but she left one huge major part out of it, which is Texas Roadhouse, which she didn't plan on getting out, except for Dog the Bounty Hunter. Definitely changed the game with that video. JC is short. This guy is tall, lanky, like GH. Each interview, we talked about this before, one looks at the other, right? Or they don't hold hands, or they don't show emotional attachment to one another, or there's no tears, or there's no, why not in any shape or form has the Proudfoots done any media coverage? They thought Nancy Grace was going to be the one be-all, tell-all, and then you screwed up majorly on that platform at that. And that in itself was a big teller as well, talking about when did you hit Sebastian with a belt several years ago, but stated he got hit when he was 15. No, you screwed that up, Katie. That's why you don't talk, because Chris knows you're going to fuck it up. Which means to tell me all this time, I'm sure it was hunky-dory in the first few months, and then the real you came out when you were comfortable with him. And you knew you had power over that child. The one video that struck me as super odd was when they had the video of their hands. Pink Butterfly says, baggy clothes, you can't tell male or female. The trick people. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say my opinion is a man. But when you see the person walk, it kind of does look funny. But I'm not sure. I got to say, I still feel like it's a man. I go with what I feel. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care. When we did the video with the hands, at that point, the public knew they fucked up. They knew then the public knew that they messed up. Because most likely someone told them, stop showing your faces. And this is why probably after that video, you don't see another video of them really at all speaking about anything. Camera's going blurry. Now, mind you guys, this is above me. I am not touching that. My camera is separate from my computer. You would have to readjust the setting on the camera to do that by itself. I am all the way back here. I would have to reach my arm all the way over. You see how far I have to go over to touch that? So when that readjusts itself, that just tells me spirit is in and out, in and out. The signal thing, guys, how many times have you guys studied that behavior? She doesn't cry. She rocks back and forth. That's to soothe her fear, not to soothe her memory. She's soothing a fear. How many times have you guys heard her speak about Sebastian in a past tense manner? Past tense. Sebastian would have been. Would have been. That's where she screwed up on that part. And when you have Seth going on all these platforms and saying all these horrible things about Sebastian and making fun of Seth, you're just digging your own hole. You can't get any dumber than what you already are. You really can't. When he left to go get his RV, Why was it an all-day process? It shouldn't have took all day. Oh, you saw that, right, Catherine? You saw the laugh, and she just turned her head and looked at him, and you actually saw her laugh. There was no way out of that you could say that was a nervous. Um, at this point, you should be completely mentally in anguish. You should be afraid of where your son is. Is he eating? Is he clothed? Is he being mistreated? Is he just does he have his medicine? At this point, you should be a mess, because I could not keep myself together. But I would get on camera, messy as I am, and I wouldn't give a shit, to plead my case to the public, to plead my case to whoever has my son, or wherever he may be, and he might just see me. Remember that. Now for the RV trip, guys. If it was only 3 hours away, why did it take someone set up to 17 hours? They said he was gone for almost 17 hours. I don't know if we can validate that. Not sure if we can do that. The police did no investigation. They assumed people would not care enough about Sebastian, when really now Sebastian is backed by a whole entire freaking army of people. Did these people really think that nobody would give a shit about Sebastian and people would just give up on that boy? Boy, oh boy, you guys were wrong. And then you have her asking a woman to go to Grandfather Mountain for her to be pulled in and interrogated. How did they find out she was there? Not a visual, not a candle, nothing. As we say, you don't go looking for something when you know where it is. Now, during that interview, the very first interview, Chris did a lot of talking for someone who wasn't there. I have to say I was disappointed in the interviewer, because her instance. Now let's talk about Nancy Grace. She's a freaking pit bull when it comes to this kind of stuff. The interviewer should have stated, as Nancy Grace did, Chris Proudfoot, I'm not talking to you because, remember, you weren't there. Anything you say is hearsay at this point. I want to speak to Katie. Because I guarantee you, in the first 5 minutes of that fuck up, we would have heard her screw up. But when you have Chris on top of her breathing and looking sideways, you can't get any dumber than them two. Right. As Veronica says, that's what I don't understand. I never heard of anyone but Seth driving clear down there. But I mean, Proudfoots didn't get on here and deny that either. So, I mean, a lot of people, maybe they don't want to get out there and say that they went somewhere either. I mean, you have to understand too that I don't feel that this woman was lying at all. I actually believe her, because she knows my opinion about the Proudfoots. And she clearly stated that, she spoke with Katie, she spoke with Chris. And for me, that turned me off. At the same time, it didn't, because if a true person wants to find a child, then they have to be unbiased in the situation and get past the sneaky shit, the true person, and just say, okay, I'm going to go try to find this child. And a mother to a mother, maybe in her mind, well, maybe she really does want me to go look. Maybe in that moment, she thought she could change the outcome. You know what I mean? But in my general aspect, I think if she stated that Katie Proudfoot begged her to go to Grandfather Mountain and find her son. And quickly that threw me off because as I told her on a message through YouTube, because I didn't answer anybody back through that way, why didn't she go to Grandfather Mountain herself? Why didn't they pick their asses up and drive their vehicle down there and start searching? Why not? Let me know. Because like I said, you're not going to go look for something where you already know where it is. Two Dozen Roses, welcome to early access perks. Pink Butterfly, wasn't CPKP at the RV in Mississippi then? Not sure. Not sure. And for the Texas Roadhouse video, not to digress back to that video, but I really do think that's a huge, major impact of this case. The person goes into a bathroom. Let's just leave it as a bathroom. It doesn't matter if it's male or female at this point. She saw Katie sitting at that table. Katie saw that person. And you heard me, I said she, right? So you guys got me. The person saw Katie at the table. Katie saw that person coming in. You saw that on camera. Katie was aware that that person showed up. And not long after, what did Katie do? She took off, they brushed off their clothes, and they walked outside. And Sebastian knew what was up because Sebastian was walking close to her. And this is where the push comes, like, move out of my way. That's the push I'm talking about. I don't believe anything in their timeline either. It's so full of holes, it's pathetic. Have you ever asked Sebastian if he's been to the place he is now before? He is now before. At any other time, I'd also like to ask him if he knows something about what's going to happen to him that day. We can definitely ask him. You definitely ask him. I mean, if you look at this case, it only gets insurmountably worse. The botched investigation. I mean, you had one detective on this case, just one. Knowing the amount of danger this child was in, you have no evidence he walked out. None. You have no evidence you put an Amber Alert out for a child endangered, more or less. You listed him as a runaway, but there's no proof on camera that he ran away. And you didn't even try to investigate the crime. The scene of Sebastian's home was not even processed as a possible crime scene. Seth walked in, he walked around. That part for me really got me to where I had to ask questions, because if you listen to Seth in that interview, he stated clearly, clear as day, I walked right in. No one even knew I was there. No one even asked me questions. I walked right into my son's room because I want to know his last moments in that room, more or less. Don't quote me on that little quote I just stated on that part, but he said he saw the switch plugged into the wall. He said something about the closet being a mess, don't quote me, and there was things all over the floor. That's okay, 2,000 roses. That's fine. And for me, I saw that as they needed to do something quick, fast, in a hurry. Because for someone a child that never got to be on the internet at home, okay, that would be something fun that he most likely would have took with him. How many autistic kids do you know that do not try to take an electronic with them? A phone, a game, a handheld game, something. Caleb doesn't leave my house without his phone. And that's not because he wants to have this contact with people. That's his lifeline to his stimulation. Okay? The closet being a mess, stuff all over the floor, that triggered me in something, because that night they would have had to been quick, fast. And think about that. What if Sebastian was so used to being afraid of Chris, okay, that room, he would have not left that room like that. He would have been afraid of Chris coming home and finding it like that and him hitting him or hurting him. Think about that. He would have not left that room like that. So who did it? Who did it to that room? He wouldn't have left a switch. Right. There's certain items an autistic child will have, hands down, take with them. No, hands down, they will not allow it to be forgotten. It's their lifeline, so to speak, to their stimulation. There was something I wrote down that I wanted to bring up. Definitely. The room being a mess to me, when he said that to that in that interview to that man that was interviewing Seth Rogers, that for me triggered me, because right off the bat, Sebastian was afraid of Chris severely. And the allegations tell you that he felt safe with his father. He felt safe with his father. And can you only imagine that night? And you know what? His room being that way, what if that triggered Chris Proudfoot in some way? There are so many theories here that could have happened. And that's one question that is new for Sebastian. His room looking like that. How did it get like that? How did his room get so disheveled, as his father stated? Oh, the federal lawsuits are gonna federal lawsuit, they're gonna have make sure that stuff is unredacted. And the fact that Sebastian was an imminent danger in that house, high risk for imminent danger. He was at high risk to be moved out of that house. Exactly. Sebastian would have not left that house without his switch. Switch. My son has a switch. My son has so many electronics. I don't know what to get this child for Christmas anymore. I bought in Caleb so many things, and not just electronics, but anything that helps him feel better, stimulates him, in some way helps him just able to cope better. He's had it. And I can tell you that's the first thing on their mind. Oh, if I'm going to, and I don't see that boy taking off into the dark. I don't see that boy taking off into the dark. Good point. Life with Java. Shoved it. How do you not know what your son was wearing before bed? I hear red shorts, red shorts, a red shirt. How many times did we talk about red shorts in this case? Sebastian wearing red shorts. He wore his shoes in the family pool. Oh yeah, Veronica. Veronica's good. Veronica's making some straight to the gut point here. He would have called Seth by now if he was out there, if he was gone, if he was wanting to get to his father. He would have already called his dad. Yep. He was scared of the dark. I can see that. Caleb is scared of the dark. He, you can leave a little light on for him, but in all actuality, Caleb's not scared of much, believe it or not, but the dark scares him. Now let's get into some of these allegations we got going out there, guys. Okay. Let's get into some of these, because this for me was a punch to the gut for me when I heard. And you know what? I forgot all about Sebastian saying what he said in the last live. He talked about his belly and Chris and hurting his stomach. It's right here on paper. I just didn't remember he said that. I write all my stuff down. I'm just trying to keep my, look at that. It's right there. All right here. I just happened to look and I'm like, holy shit. He said it the last live, and it came out in that very allegation. In the last live, Life with Javada, you will. I think it's towards the end. I wouldn't tell you what timestamp I can give you because I don't remember. Once we get going in our live, it just comes. And he also speaks about the nurse in the same sentence there, and you guys are going to hear that very, very thing. He tried to get the nurse to think that Sebastian was more or less crazy, and he says just as so. Chris told nurse I needed to get help, but I didn't. He wanted me dead. Right here. Clear as day. Thursday. Chris, it says daily, belly, Chris hit. Unfucking real. Took life away, stole my soul. Or no. Oh, no, that doesn't say soul. Stole my shoes. Stole my shoes. Stole my shoes. Barefoot. Walk. Mom. I think it's very strange how the nurse came up in all of this, in hitting in the stomach, the belly. He doesn't say stomach to us. He says belly. Caleb calls his stomach his belly too. He doesn't call it his stomach. When we start asking questions, we're just going to repeat the questions that you guys want to ask. But I want to ask the new questions about these allegations. The stomach thing is right there. I mean, we can re-ask him about that. I prefer to, because it's right here in the last live. We never asked him about that in the last live. He just told us this in the last live, which I think is very, and we can ask about the nurse as well. But there's other things I want to ask as well. No kids are safe online games these days. Ask Sebastian if Chris ever talked about sending him away anywhere and how. Okay. Veronica says, well, that's what the neighbors said, that the neighbor said they heard that C wanted him dead. Oh, wow. Also, I believe Sebastian, when he was talking to CPS lady by himself, I believe he was told to say he lied. Oh yeah, definitely. Yes, ma'am, Nikki. Yes, ma'am. Sonny Weatherford. Sonny Weatherford knew Sebastian went in and never came back out. He knew. He said it in the video. How many of you saw Sonny's video? I think it was to maybe Seth's PI. I could be wrong on that part. Don't quote me. But Sonny Weatherford stated Sebastian went in and never came back out. And they also did like penetrating radar to see if he was maybe in the walls. I thought that was the strangest shit ever to hear, to be honest, to make sure he wasn't in the walls. Well, if he wasn't in the walls, I gotta say, that's pretty strange to me to even say that on camera. Yeah, the neighbors are claiming a whole lot, but I wonder if any of these neighbors turn this into CPS. You heard it, Veronica, right? He did say that. So Sonny knew this where this really where this went and how it went south quickly with Sebastian. He knew most likely that Sebastian went and didn't come out because of certain circumstances. He knew. And then he mysteriously dies at the convention by falling and hitting his head. But yeah, okay. Craddock goes on an interview about lights and says there's no significant value to these lights. None. How do you not consider that significant value? The neighbors have told you that this was not a garbage truck. And then there was a car on Kellen in the early AM hours. 2 cars, to be exact. One being DoorDash and one being what? We don't know. And for Craddock to sit there and say they have no evidentiary value, that told me right there that this investigation was botched from the get-go, because those lights are significant for many, 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 many reasons, and we all know that. To say that there is no evidentiary value, to look at the lights and put them in the way that they're supposed to be put in this video and that they're around, the lights don't look like your typical flashlight. They look like somebody's wearing a headlight here. To me, it looks like something like miners wear or construction workers wear, so they can see in the night. And that makes perfect sense how they were running in the video, and the lights really didn't jar back and forth like this because the light was here. Military light got yeah, it could be true. It could be. Yeah, I believe that. That's why Sonny just accidentally had a horrible fall, which is BS. He was targeted, and at the meeting, that was probably to make sure the job got done. And yes, we're speculating at that, people. Yes, we are. But let's be honest, everything in this fucking case has turned out to be botched, covered up, and you name it. I mean, how many of you can honestly sit here and say that this case has been taken care of from point A to point A to point B to point C and held the Proudfoots accountable in any way? You let them travel, you let them leave town to go get an RV, knowing This was shortly after Sebastian went missing. Sebastian went missing. The cameras weren't working the day of, the night prior to. The nurse. I mean, let's keep going. And nobody thought in their fucking bright mind in law enforcement that this had anything to do with Sebastian missing. Come on. Come on. If you have a degree, then I would suggest you find another job. Because if you don't find any of that connected in any way, and you don't bring them in for questioning in that area, and the fact that their Texas Roadhouse video supposedly never got spoken of or you were never told, why didn't you bring their asses in then? Why didn't you serve warrants then? Let's talk about the lie detector test that supposedly Katie passed, but Chris never really took. Let's be honest. That has never been validated or verified. Just like Chris's alibi. The records state the alibi was safe, but never verified, never vetted on how the procedure took place to verify and validate the alibi was real. We got a little signature off on that little statement right there, and that's it. That's it. And that's what they called validating it. Sumner County, you fucked up and you got some answering to do. I really hope everybody knows in this case what is coming to the sheriff's department. You got the middle finger growing across probably hundreds of videos from hundreds of people with Seth at the police station, giving the middle finger to people. Giving the middle finger to people. Giving the middle finger to Seth, the father of a missing child. And you don't think that that's going to be brought into court and shown of your bias, no communication having asses? You blacked him out for 18 months till concurrent. No communication with the father of a missing child. You know what is going on. And the fact that the cameras suddenly didn't work on the night or the day of the disappearance. Whatever you want to say, the timing, but I'm sorry, 25th is when his last proof of life was. Everybody saw the middle finger. And that is the most sickening, poorest unprofessionalism that you can show somebody when a father is grieving and trying to keep it together every single day. You're going to have to answer for that. And if you think that's all, I really highly doubt it, because you're going to have to answer once the feds come in. And they will come in once they've proven this is a botched investigation. There will be no we're asking to come in to help. You're going to have to answer to the feds. You're going to get pulled in. You guys, Sumner County, once you are proven unfit and bias, the new eyes will be brought in. And then you all going to have to answer the shit. State there's no evidentiary value to any video. There's no proof that he ran away. There's no proof that anybody took him. There's no proof that he wasn't taken. There was no proof that he ran away. So what can you actually state? How can you state that there was no foul play? How does a dog not pick up a scent of a child the night only prior to? A dog scent can pick up feet down into water. Cadaver dogs can pick up scents in water, into depths of the earth. There are so many different kind of cadaver dogs, or just scent dogs, period. Excuse me. Let me backtrack on that. There are so many different kind of scent dogs. Cadaver dogs being one that can pick up a scent of a dead person, an unalive person, feet down in, even in water. Go look it up. It's a fact. But they didn't pick up Sebastian's scent whatsoever. You must have did a lot of cleaning the night before, Katie Proudfoot. A lot of cleaning, you and Chris. I wonder if you used bleach in the house, and I wonder if they smelt that and they didn't think, that, hey, you must have bleached your floors last night. You must have cleaned up last night. Crystal clear. How do you not vet the house for a possible crime scene. You let the media in that house knowing you weren't supposed to let the people in your house. Knowing, not even, honestly, not even Seth was supposed to be in that house. Once that child went missing and the police showed up, no one was supposed to be in that house. Not Seth, not the media, not any neighbors should have been around. Nobody. They should have automatically brought people into that home and started doing, you name it, anything, anything. The tracking dog should have been the first thing on that property. The tracking dog should have been the first thing in that house, surrounding the house, in the neighborhood, anywhere. That should have been the first thing. Then the camera systems, checking people's whereabouts, looking at pedophiles in the area, you name it, should have been done. Where was Christopher Proudfoot? I was 3 hours away. So you were 3 hours away. You were on a phone call. And at some point, you didn't even want to say what time you were really on the phone with Katie, which I just don't believe. I'm sorry. And honestly, I don't believe you were on the phone with her at all with your regular phone. And if you were, that's another alibi pickup for you. But do I think that you guys spoke on your phone? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And if you did, you hung up at midnight. And how do you think he got back and forth? It came up in the damn allegations. You weren't vetted. Your alibi was not vetted. And he said that it wouldn't be. Too much has just... They tried too hard to cover this up. They thought about it too long, too hard. They thought that they needed to have every base covered when really they fucked up. Oh, we got to make sure this is covered, this like being on camera all day. We got to make sure our whereabouts are all, set up here and there and there and there and there. But you can't talk about the Texas Roadhouse video. Then you have all this stuff just coming out now, just coming out. Too much of it. You tried too hard, and you just fucked up so badly. You just don't realize how bad you guys screwed up. Screwed up big time. For Craddock to say he's vetting every tip that even the mental health nurse, if you don't want to listen to anybody having allegations or tips, and you're sending it to the phone line to where someone doesn't even work there anymore. So you're sending tips to a fake phone line that is no longer actually being answered by anybody. So the amount of people that are sending in tips aren't even getting viewed. But the valid person in this, the mental health nurse, sent in a tip of highly suspicious behavior you didn't even take into consideration. Talk about fucking botched. Talk about botched. I'm done being nice and being proper with the way I speak. So if I drop the F-bomb, please get used to it, because I'm there at this point. I'm really there as a person and as a mother, and I'm tired of seeing stupid people do stupid things to their children. The allegations that he felt very, very, very unsafe, that he was being hurt all the time there. Now, my question is, being struck in the stomach, are we talking about being punched? Or are we talking being hit by a belt? And this is what we need to ask him tonight. We need to ask him this tonight because that is very damning to hear him say what I think he's going to say. And it will come out in the news. So whatever he says here tonight, you guys are going to validate. We've already done that with the simple notes that you guys have already just saw. Belly, hurt, Chris, nurse, wanted me dead. All this you guys can validate. And the fact that that was just coming out about the stomach, that was just alive, how many days ago? Before any of this, even the allegations from Seth Rogers and when did on the interview just came out. That wasn't even out yet. So the fact that he is talking, he is giving us information. It's just the words he uses, you have to use his language level, his mental ability to use that level he's on. You have to pay attention to what he says. You have to really, really, when he speaks to you, you've really got to listen to what he's saying and try to put it in your own words. He could have been kicked, you're right. I definitely feel when we say struck that I don't think he was struck in the stomach with belt. I think he was hit in the stomach. I got that pull to that. And that's why I put that in my notes to make sure I mention, because unless he says something different, we go by what he says. I'm putting it in here as a question mark. When we talk about Sebastian, he talks about the chokehold. He talks about being strangled. He also talked about severed several times. When we say severed, this could symbolically mean his life was severed, or other things that I'm not going to say here. To say CPS. Oh, yeah, I definitely feel Jen. He was hit with more than just a belt. This man smacked a child no more than 2 years old. And this comes from his ex-wife, Nina. He hit that child so hard in the mouth, just being a little toddler, so hard that could have busted that little child's mouth open. That tells you the force that he hit that child. Can you imagine a child who is able to tell mommy versus a child that is disabled in a manner to where everything is stacked against him? Who's going to listen? Who's going to believe him? And the people that did believe him couldn't get him help because everyone failed him in this case. Think about that. Can you imagine him always trying to size up to one up on Sebastian? What did you say to me, boy? What do you he has that type of wannabe manhood to him when really he's a big joke. He wouldn't pull that shit with you or I. That's the difference, and that's why he's with Katie, because Katie's a weakling and she let a man beat her child. I'm sorry, I don't give a shit at this point. I don't care. For CPS reports to say that he was in imminent danger, he was high risk to be removed from the home to home life abuse. And they closed the fucking cases. All of them. The last one, can you imagine what the last one states? And why they won't give it to Seth Rogers? I can't even imagine what that says. But we all know most likely what it says. Sebastian has already said it. Chokehold, strangled, hit, you name it. Belly, hurt, Chris. You name it. You know what though? Casey, you as a woman, I mean, and not as you, I'm giving it a roundabout example about Katie. Your life couldn't have been that bad before Chris Proudfoot. Sebastian had a smile on his face. It might have been not a perfect life, and he was probably very forgiving towards his mother. but his smile disappeared. You could see it as the progression goes on in these pictures of him. Her smile is gone with him. He brought out a side of Katie that it's almost like mirrored behavior. A sociopath with a sociopath. No one's going to believe him. No one's going to find out. I have all the power now. I have people to help me cover my bullshit up. I would love to have Seth's mother on here. I would love to have Seth's mother on here. Why would I want Seth's mother on here? Because I would love to hear her side of the story. I would love to hear what Sebastian told her and asked her not to tell her son. Do you know why I believe? Do you know why I believe he didn't want his dad to know? Because Sebastian stated right here, he threatened to hurt my dad. He always threatened to hurt his father. I mean, let's be honest. Look how he tries to stand over people, to talk over people. He has no boundaries. He has very poor boundaries. He's very inadequate. He's very insecure. He's got a boy-like mentality. You can just tell he's a textbook, sociopathic, narcissistic, rageful son of a bitch. And he's so used to mommy picking up the pieces for him, he doesn't know what it's like to actually have to be a man on his own. Because he carries a job, he thinks that's what manhood is. We can go in a deep dive into Chris Proudfoot in another video, but we've already stated what we need to state about him. It's a fact. This bubbly bath, this proves he was abused more than we know, and he must have been threatened to shut up or he'd hurt his dad. Yes, I actually, that's what he says. It's right here. I gotta go, let me see. It is, he even states here, I tried to tell Chris to stop, but he wouldn't listen. I wanted to leave, but he said he would hurt my dad. And let's go to the fact that he called him a dirty pisser, pissy pants, things of that nature. Pull your pants up, I said, boy. He said I could eat if my room was clean. Chris bent and hurt his arm, chokehold. I could keep going from our last live, but those are some of the things that I want you to listen for in that live, because that's what's in that live. And that's what I was trying to tell you. You know what? They have to answer for that. They illegally kept knowing documents and their sons, or Seth's son's safety from him. They knowingly kept Sebastian in an unsafe situation, and so has Sumner County, because Chris Proudfoot has a record of abuse. He has a record of violence. And what's the motive here? What is the motive for them to hurt Sebastian? He would have, and for this, to make this statement, whether it's in my opinion, allegedly or not, I want you to remember something. What is the huge motive here? Is it money? No, I don't believe this had to do anything to do with money. I know that it's stated here that somebody had a life insurance policy on him. I want to say they said it was like Seth or something, but at the same time, you have to ask yourself at one point here, Seth didn't once care to bring up anything about the money. He's been trying to find his son from day one. From day one, he walked straight into the Proudfoot home. Didn't give a shit if he got an invite or not at that point. He walked straight into that home to look into his son's room. Did he know things were going on in that house? Yeah, to a certain extent. Knowing that Sebastian, autistic children have meltdowns. They have their days, their good days, their bad days. They're not something that you're ever just going to get over. They're not going to be something that you can control. It's something that you have to specifically work through day in and day out. That is not something that you can instill in them to fix in them. This is who they are. You cannot stop autism. You cannot fix it. You can adjust to it yourself. You cannot force your child to stop being autistic, to ingrain in them to live to your standards. You shouldn't have had him then. You shouldn't have kept him then, because maybe some stranger could have given him a better life. With my son, I will always work around him, not the other way around. He deserves that. He wasn't born like this because he wanted to be. He was born like this because it just so happened to turn out that way. So I have to fix my life around my son. And any parent who gives a shit knows that. I don't think that Seth knew it was that bad. I don't think he did. But his mother did. And that's what pisses me off about that situation. And I know she made a promise to Sebastian. I know she did. Because he knew he could go to her. But at the same time, you know how hard that had to have been to know what he was doing. It had to have been terrible. It had to have been terrible. If it was that bad to where she couldn't tell the father, then something else should have been done on the accord of Sebastian Rogers. I utterly could not have stood by while my grandson was being struck, was being demeaned in certain ways. To know that, I could not idly stand by. Yes, promise, but I would have had to have done something to speak up, something. Go over people's heads. CPS is not doing their job. Go to someone higher than CPS. Go to a commissioner. Go to somebody that could have helped him. But to keep it away from his father was unfair. Because how it goes, I'm not sure how it goes where you guys live, but where I live, if there is a CPS report in standing, that parent has the right to take that child and not give that child back unless they go to court. Even if they send the police, it is a matter for the courts. If the child is unsafe, that person has the right to take that person to court and prove otherwise. The church CPS family went to believe autism is the devil and beat out of child, allegedly. Well, allegedly, I've heard something similar to that myself. I've heard that autism is something that the parents did, a sin the parents did, so now the child is paying for. You know how that the child paid for the parents' sin, that thing. Except for God creates us in his own vision, in his own reflection. So actually, God created Sebastian just the way he was supposed to be created. And I love all these Bible beaten sons of bitches, because God simply stated, love thy neighbor. That's it. All this extra shit that's in the Bible of how you should, you're not supposed to judge. We could go on that alone. Do not judge. And yet, what do? We push people out. We push the homeless out of churches. Priests are molesting children, and so on and so forth. That is one of the reasons why people are losing their faith in God. It has nothing to do with God himself. It's the Bible beaters that push the word of God to make it in their own mirrored effect, their own way they want it to be. God has nothing to do with anything. God is a loving God. The fact that people use God to hurt others, that's the true sin. So I want you guys to start posting comments, because now we're going to get into Sebastian Lee Drake Rogers. We're going to start calling him over and seeing what we can get. We're going to see. And you know what's funny is my phone shut off during my live. That's what I've been doing on the side over here, because my phone shut off during my live. So I'm going to put my live back up. So just give me a moment. I told you guys, any of my lives, we start off our lives first with members only from this point on. You guys will be getting the first live. And from now on, you guys are always going to get the first live that comes out in any case I work, because you guys are members. And I'm always going to make sure the members get it first. And then later on, I might switch it out. And if I do, I'll switch it out. But you guys always get the first questions, the first understanding of what is going on in the case. I'm just done going out of my way for certain people. I mean, I have a lot of phenomenal subscribers. So it's really not for that purpose. It's for the people that are watching in cases that know what they've done to these people in these cases. That's why. You guys are going to get it on a more quiet base first. I just don't understand why they thought Seth was going to continue to stay in a manner that he was going to just... Seth, to get to this point, had a lot of planning ahead of this, believe it or not. And it took probably a lot for him to get here to this point, to get to a federal lawsuit against several people, I'm going to say outfits, because you want to say DCS. DCS is good for hiding shit. We all know DCS was actually in the Epstein files, okay, as helping children along the way to the Epstein files, okay? Call it what you want it, but it's a fact. It's in the files. Call it paranoia. It's in the files. Shelby, thank you. You are awesome. Thank you. The Epstein files is clear cut of a case where there are multiple cases of CPS workers bringing children to this case. Okay? Not this case in general, but this case of the Epstein files. Think about that. Taking children away and sending them on over to be abused. Think about that. In that level, to take an abused child away from a family, to take them to a worse, by far worse life. And if not, life taken after that. Hundreds of children gone. Hundreds. And I'm going to be doing an Epstein live. And I'm going to be trying to keep it together, guys. I don't know how, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know how good I'll be at that live. But I want to try to channel some of the victims and their names, because their names have been taken from them. Their everyday essence, their identity, who they are. A lot of these people, a lot of these children that have been taken have the horrible things that have been done to them. I just want to give their names. I want to give them their identity back. So that's going to be one of my outlooks in this. And I want to get names of the sons of bitches in this case and put them out here. I'm hoping that Spirit can give me names of the people in these Epstein files that have helped out. Yeah, life with Joe. That's what I want. That's what I'm hoping for. So that will be our next endeavor. I'm not going to say I'm going to be great at it. I'm not going to say it's not going to be a teary-eyed thing. So guys, bring the tissue and just know I'm human and I don't know if I can handle it, but I'm going to try for them. You got to remember that CPS is a shady group of people, just like the people that take our children's pictures. All this time, can you imagine how many of our children's pictures those fuckers have? Doctors, lawyers, actresses, judges, fucking elites that we buy their off their Amazon. You know how many people are involved in that? CPS was supposed to keep Sebastian safe, and the fact that they didn't. Veronica, baby, thank you guys tonight. Think about that. How unsafe our children are every single day. Think about that. Questions for Sebastian? I want you to try to start plugging in right now. One of them, well, I'm going to write down the few that I know that from our live that we did, our last live, because now that they've been validated in the allegations, now I want to ask those first, okay? We are going to definitely do that. I do have a few that I want to do first. Nolan Wells, how many are familiar with his case? I'm going to be doing his live next Friday. Next Friday on the 24th, not the 25th, to clear that up, because I have a paranormal investigation that I have to do, and I will be posting some of those on here, actually. You guys never really see me do a paranormal investigation, so. And I don't blame you to be a mama bear, because we all need to be a mama bear. Because clearly, they're right in front of us all, and we have no clue. We had no clue how bad it really is out there. And it's kind of really scary. It's kind of scary that we don't know who we are around 24 hours a day. The fact that they were right there, taking our children, taking photos of our children in schools. My grandkids, I will never go to, I will rather take my own photos and have them done at a photo place myself. Everyone failed him, yes, everyone. Let's ask Sebastian about, let's ask first about the stomach. Okay. Yes, I can. The nurse. I want to ask about the nurse. The room. That struck me as odd, the room being disheveled. It really did, because Sebastian, knowing how Chris was, would have never left that room the way it was, because he was fearful of Chris. And I don't think that Sebastian, going through everything he goes through, would have left it in that manner. You're welcome. So we have the nurse, we have the room, we have the stomach. We want to know if it was felt or if it was like a fist. Those are the 3 questions that I have for him. I'm just trying to think. Okay, let's go ask about, just to be, I hear working with Chris. You know what I was actually thinking in my head? Why did the CPS close the cases? Work with Chris. I don't know how accurate it was about Chris's relative being a worker. But I hear working with Chris. I can actually. I thought we asked that in that last live we just did, but we can ask again. Maybe, well, think about that. Belly, Chris, hurt, daily. It says daily. That's the crazy part. Daily, belly, Chris, hurt. Daily. So how did he see that as daily? Did he really get hurt every day daily? Did it get to the point where it got daily? That's my point I want to ask. I can ask that, Bubbly Beth. Okay, Natasha, I got that. Okay, I'm gonna go back to your messages slowly, because I did write down some, but I want to ask in order, okay? Hold on, Veronica. I think I saw one from you that I wanted to make sure I asked. I do. I remember the children on the milk cartons. Yes, I do. If I've ever worked with police on cases, yes, I have. Kylie, can you ask him about Airport Road and South Airport Road? Okay, I'm just going through writing these questions, and then we're going to hop in, okay? Did Chris hurt stomach at home or just before he came home? I got to be careful how I ask that question, though, about his stomach, because I don't like wording things like that to him. I have to come up with a different question. Now, I'm going to ask the first part of it, or before he, and he might honestly answer me before I even get to the end of that. I can do that. What does CP lie about when speaking to police? Okay. How does fashion clues around scripts? I already have an answer for that. Actually, as I'm reading it, I'm hearing it. And I heard Chris, loud as day. I'm sorry if that's another poor judgment on the police. The bite marks on Chris's arm, that already came up. We've already covered that several times, but I will ask again. When you put someone in a chokehold, could be too tight, or it could be like to the point where he it could be to the point where it kind of like forced his jaw down, and maybe he bit not on purpose, but on an accident. Hold on 1 second. No, he actually doesn't. He only talks about his dad, and that's what I think is strange in all of it, because he's always like, tell my dad, tell my dad, tell my dad. And I never hear her tell my mom, tell my mom, tell my mom. Okay, so I got your guys' stuff down, but I do want to come up with questions like, perfect example. In the interview, Seth talked about the allegation of the cameras. And well, when you're drugged, not when you're drugged. Because when I tell you, you might see me behave in a different manner tonight. We all saw it last time. I felt so drugged that I was slurring my speech, and I tried so hard to stay camera focused. It was very rough on me, but when Sebastian left, and I think because he knew it was very hard on my energy, I slowly came out of it, and I slowly began to get out of the slurring of the speech, the energetic uplift. So I'm hoping I can try to work with him on a level tonight that I don't feel that. I just don't want to be. If I'm going to hear from Sebastian, I want all of Sebastian. I don't want only parts of him, because it wouldn't be fair to ask that of him. So I'm going to do my best not to. I'm just going to ask him to please help me to where I don't feel so tired, in a nice way. I don't know, but you know what's funny is the last live we did, I heard the word halidol. So that's like a halotrope. That is a strong, strong drug, super strong drug. I know because I've given it to patients before that are prescribed it. And the effect that it has on people, I can't imagine what it would have done to him if that was the actual drug that was given to him. I'm not saying that was the drug, but that could have been my symbol for that drug, family drug, so to speak, as in there are certain drugs that are in like groups of families, as in the medical field, that have the same usage but different names, and that could have been a symbolization of that drug family. Yes. I was so out of it. Okay, I got you on that. I want to get these questions written down prior to, because when I start asking them, I'm not going to look at your comments for a while. Okay. The only time I'm going to look at your comments is if maybe I need you to validate something for me, or I just need an energy shift for a moment. Okay. So perhaps, I don't know, Halidol is a script drug only. You can't obviously just buy that over the counter. It's prescribed by a specific kind of doctor. That's not even prescribed by an actual doctor, like a pediatrician or your healthcare professional. You have to go see a doctor for those kind of pills. A special doctor, a mental health doctor, most likely. Good one, good one. Life with Java. Uh, I will write that down too, because we were always asking where he is, where he is, where he is, right? But that's a good one. How about we ask, was anything dropped or was anything left behind? Okay, that was a good question. Very good question. That'll be a question we can ask, but we know that it was his mental health doctor. It was a mental health appointment that he was supposed to have. Miss Cool Molly is in the house. Yes, ma'am. Sebastian's little friend there. But we can ask that. That would make sense to ask, right? And he might not even know it was canceled. That's the thing. And that's the thing with risperidone. Okay, guys? I work in medicine. I work in the healthcare field. You don't just stop taking pills. And if you knew you were going to cancel that appointment, you either had enough of the medication to last through that weekend, or you knew to cancel that appointment. Well, first of all, let's talk about that medication. First of all, any type of medication can give you a withdrawal response. A withdrawal response, you can become, especially somebody with autism, okay? A withdrawal response, you can get severe stomach pain. You'll have to go to the hospital because you'll start vomiting. You can go into seizures. You can do anything of that nature that will give you a withdrawal symptom. Risperidone, that's not a pill you can just stop taking, especially on the autism spectrum. It can shift your moods severely. And It's not something you should ever go without once you start it. You're supposed to wean yourself down from it. Yes. It's not something that you can just be like, bam, okay, well he don't need it this week and I'm not going to give it to him. You did that, you're a pro bitch because you know that that child would get sick 24 hours later. That's how quick it takes for that stuff to leave the system. Opioids. A lot of people, um, opioids are taken. When you're in the healthcare field, you have to know how the medical drugs work in the body. Anything to, that's why when people are addicted to cocaine leaves the body in 3 days. Opioids leave the body in 4 days. So if you, okay, that's with a certain standard though. Opioids, if you just take one, it'll be out of your system within 4 days, 5 days. But anything after that, once you start taking them regularly, they're in your system. They're in your system. But if you don't take them within a few weeks after the fact, they're out of your system. You're not going to, we have to give people drug tests for those. You have to give them a urine sample. And if it's not in the urine and they're claiming to take them, they're either selling them or they're just not taking them. And for whatever reason, why come back to the opioids if you're not going to take them? Because you're selling them, right? But you don't want to have that assumption about a patient. You want to believe them. You want to have the best interest for them. But Helidol, helitrope, that's another form of Helidol, helitrope. And Risperdal, you don't want to stop taking that immediately because you will have vomiting the day 20. So when you don't take that pill, say you take it the day before, right? That morning before, the next day. If you don't take it the morning of, the next day, you're going to start feeling really shitty through the day. And then by nightfall, you'll start vomiting, you'll start sweating, you'll start doing a lot of different things that the body is rejecting at the moment because of withdrawals. Oh, yes, like I said, it could cause severe mood swing. It could also cause depression. Coming down from all of that stuff, you got to be weaned because it can do a lot of bad things to the mental health, to the physicality of your body. This is definitely premeditated, people. This is not something that, oh boy, this just happened. I'm so sad. This is no. This is premeditated from the very beginning to the very end, except for they fucked up because they did it so badly. They try to look so innocent. Except for Chris Proudfoot's eyes. Do you understand the eyes are the window to the soul? You ever hear that statement? That's because it's a truth. That's a true fact. You can tell someone's lying just by the way their eyes look. Just by the way their eyes look. Well, we live in a very cold and callous community of people now. You have people that are just leaving their children in cars and forgetting about them, but they didn't forget their cell phone. You have parents that are just dropping their kids off and never returning. You have parents that are killing their kids because they don't want to take care of them anymore. Or going on vacation to a baby cried itself to death by starvation. There is so much sick shit going on in this world that nothing surprises me anymore. I can honestly say I understand police and the way they think now. I can understand why they look at a human being and think, okay, she looks okay on the outside, he looks okay over there. That doesn't mean he wasn't capable. That's why police dig deeper, which is why I don't understand why all the triggers and the signs were there for the Proudfoots, but not a fucking one of them thought in their educational background experiences of doing law enforcement, you didn't think that it was okay to check into these people at all. This was meticulously premeditated. Exactly. Thank you. It's undeniable. I will not say she is a victim. Her child is a victim. He suffered. He suffered every day being in the presence of that fucking monster. When you throw, how do you throw? You as a woman, as a mother, how do you just look at your son and your wing Emmanuel, your child, like he was nothing to you? You push him out of the way at Texas Roadhouse. Wait till you guys, when I point that out to you, go look at it. You're going to be like, what the fuck? Why would she do that to him? As if he didn't even matter to her. And that is an awful, awful thing. Awful. So, let's get down to brass tacks, people. I don't want to keep holding off. Let's stay right into moving forward here. To my guides, you know why we are here tonight. We always talk before we get on here. We always go through what we want to work together with. We always make sure that we do exactly what we need to do for spirit. We give them a safe place with speed, clarity, accuracy, and uniqueness in every situation that we work with. Thank you for always keeping me safe and protected in spirit. Thank you for always working with me and always making sure that we do the very best we can. Now, I'd like to speak to Sebastian Rogers. He knows he's safe here. He knows he always has a place here with us. And I am excited to speak with him tonight because it just so happens that the things he's saying are slowly coming to light. And I want him to know that tonight. I want him to know that his words have meaning and they are actually being heard by everybody. They are actually ringing true to people on here. I want him to understand that his words are actually being validated here. His dad is validating things that he stated. So I would like to speak with Sebastian or someone in his family that can help me validate these questions. I'm trying to think of something significant here. Today's date is July 17th. It's significant for a reason. I just heard, I guess I'm wondering why. Not that it's a bad thing. Not that it's a bad thing. Please excuse me if I say that. I heard Savannah Snow. And it's not often she comes and she visits. It's only in a manner where she needs help with something, unless she's going to help me. I don't know why she's showing up tonight. Unless Savannah, are you going to hang out tonight? Are you going to help Sebastian tonight? Are you going to hang out with him? Well, thank you. It's nice to hear from you. She said, I just want to tell you that I'm really okay now. I'm really okay. That was awesome. Thank you so much for coming. It's really great to hear from you. She's talking about somebody's birthday. I'm so sorry to just I don't know what she means by somebody's birthday. It could be one of her kids. It could be a family member's birthday. But she's trying to say happy birthday. And I think this was her chance to come through. And because I haven't worked with any energy since the last live I did. Bye. Thank you for coming, honey. I told them happy birthday. I don't know if they'll be able to. I don't know if they can validate a birthday, but happy birthday to whoever it is their birthday, or if it's a friend, if it's a family member. she's speaking about a child. I don't know what child or if it's a friend's child, but she wants to say happy birthday. It could be a sibling's birthday, a child, it could be anybody's birthday, but she's talking about specifically for her. I don't know when her birthday was. I didn't get that far with her. I didn't ask her what her birthday was. Well, thank you so much for coming. That really, really means a lot to me that you came here. And you, Savannah, you always can come back with me. And you know that. I've always told you that. That really gave me a very calmness in my heart tonight. That really helped me calm myself. Well, that was freaking awesome. Savannah's birthday was February 5th, so that's not for her then. It has to be somebody she knows or one of the children or one of her friends, a sibling, aunt. I don't know, but she just wanted to say happy birthday. And that was an awesome thing. I gotta say, I didn't think I would be hearing from her today. I haven't heard from her since last year, and it was to bring somebody to me to help her. That was really awesome. You guys will have to do your homework and see if you can find out whose birthday it was today. Because I didn't want to cut her off, I just wanted her to know that she has that moment here, she deserves that. Okay. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I have questions for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Okay. Sebastian, I have a lot of questions here tonight, and they're not the same. These are different questions tonight. So Dad actually is filing a lawsuit, okay? And it has to do with, your case not being taken seriously. It has to do with the poor police work and getting fresh new eyes on this case and the allegations that were spoke about. Now, yeah, he's talking about Chris. We want to know a few different key aspects that are going to be coming out in the next report, the CPS report. And we want to know if you can help us with a few questions to get answered. Some of them are hard, some of them are not easy to answer, but you know what? I think you do understand, sweetie, that your words are being validated here. People know that you're talking. They know that you're giving answers back. So they want to know some things if you can help answer some questions for them, like we do all the time. They're just different questions, okay? And if you could help me answer these questions, we would really, really be grateful on here, okay? So the first question I have that you already told me in the last live, and I didn't know what it meant. You talked about your belly, and you talked about Chris and hurting you, and then the word daily. In the report, it states that you were hit in the stomach. Yes, I know he did, honey. He says, Chris, what does that mean, sweetie? Can you tell me exactly what that means? How did he hurt your stomach? Was it a belt? Can you tell me exactly what he hurt you with? That way I don't kind of like push the narrative, push the answer for you. I would like you to tell me, sweetie, okay, if you're able. I don't want to push you to do anything you don't want to do. So anytime you want to skip a question, you just say, skip, please. Okay? Now I'm asking about your stomach because I remember you saying something about your belly. Now we could just call it your belly because that's what you call it. We don't have to say stomach. How did Chris hurt your belly? What did he do to your belly that hurt you really bad? Tried. Okay. What did he hit you with, honey? Strap, 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 strap. He's talking about tried to let go. I think he I don't know if he kind of like blocked himself from the, because he's calling it a strap. He's not calling it a belt. He's calling it a strap, which is a very old word, right? What kid do you know uses the word strap, right? That's a definite old word for it to be using. Now, when you say strap, are you talking about a belt? No. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Okay, so what do you mean strap? That makes total sense. Makes total sense. Thank you, sweetie, for clearing that up for me. So, do you know how like boxers, they put these gloves on and they strap them over on the wrists to keep the gloves on, to keep it tight, almost like MMA fighters wear. Boxers wear them. He's talking about strap, and I assumed he meant belt. I was wrong. You see, you can't always assume something, right? Think about this. He is talking about he showed me a glove. He shows me the fingers in the glove, the wrist, the knuckles are covered. They got the padding on them, right? And he shows me strap. You know how I know? Because I have a pair for when I box. I box with my boxing glove. I have a pair of those. They have the padding on the knuckle area, which would make sense if Sebastian didn't have bruises, because there's lots and lots of padding on those gloves. Makes a whole world of sense. Thank you so much, sweetie, for clearing that up. I'm glad you told me that I made a mistake. He's talking about the glove. Yes. And I'm not talking about the boxing gloves that they wear at boxing matches where they fight each other. I'm talking about the ones that you hit up with a bag. Chris hurt. I know, honey. Talk about Chris hurt me. Does anybody know if he's left-handed or right-handed, Chris Proudfoot? Does anybody have a clue on that? Because he's talking about the left. I don't know what that means. The left could mean anything. It doesn't mean he's talking about the left hand. I don't want to get into that saying, oh, he's saying he hit him with the left hand, left hook. No, he's just saying left. It could be. We're gonna leave that open for discussion. I don't want to implicate any suggestion guesses on that. Okay. Now, when you say left, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by left? Left arm. Chris. Left. Oh, Chris left arm. Chris left arms. He's talking about Chris left arm. You see where he corrected me there on the no? No. Corrected me there. I couldn't believe he was correcting me on that. Okay. So I wonder if they have like a boxing area where they have boxing gloves and a boxing bag and stuff like that. I'm sure you're probably gonna get rid of it now. No worries. I'm sure you're gonna get rid of it now. I'm sure. Anybody sees the Proudfoots moving anything out of their home, now you know what it is. Boxing gloves or a boxing bag. Pay attention, everybody. Pay attention. Well, thank you, Sassy Granny. Thank you, honey. I didn't even see. We'll get to that, Rhonda, okay? I want to ask the questions that we already have written down first, okay? Sebastian, honey, the nurse reported your disappearance. Do you know what kind of a... Okay. I didn't even get to finish my question. He's already telling me something about pills. Okay. Okay. Do you know what that appointment was for? What do you mean? So he's still going on about Chris lied to the nurse. I think they told the nurse something that prompted possible medication. If that makes does that make sense to you guys? What I'm trying to say here? Kind of like making accusations. Killed a mosquito. Don't mind me. Kind of like prompting accusations of, he's really mentally ill. He really needs to be put on a regimen. If it's kind of like implementing your thought process in the situation. So when you see a mental health patient, you have to go over the history of the patient, correct? How was your childhood? Was there any trauma? How do you feel? Do you feel depressed? Do you feel like you want to hurt yourself? Do you want, so on and so forth. And it's like almost like he's kind of like keeps referencing like Chris implemented his 2 cents all the time about Sebastian's mental health. Could be. He's not sleeping. He needs to sleep more. He's horrible to deal with without sleep, things of that nature. Automatically, before I even got to finish my question about the nurse, the word pills came up immediately. And I mean, I didn't even get to finish my question. Well, see, here's the thing. Usually, this is how it goes. If it's a certain kind of drug, and I know this because, like I said, I'm in the medical field. If it's a certain kind of drug, it's for mental health issues, you don't get a lot of refills. You might have so many, but once that refill runs out, you can't get any more unless you see the mental health doctor and go to that mental health facility and see the nurse that's on call, and you take in the referral for it. You have to see somebody before you can even get another refill. So it's just like a regular pill, like refill, but these kind of pills are different. You only get so many refills versus, say, you get 5 refills here for this pill, or just for any like Tylenol, or these pills are different. You only get probably like a 2-month supply maybe, or a 3-month supply. After that, you have to go in, or you do not get any more. So that's different for mental health medication. If you don't see the doctor and they don't evaluate you, see if any changes have occurred, see how you feel. Are you a threat to yourself? Do you want to hurt yourself? Do you want to hurt anybody else? It's that kind of thing. You have to make sure you go see the doctor before you get the other script. Are you abusing the medication? But I don't see Sebastian abusing the medication. I think he didn't want to take the pills in the first place. So, Sebastian, the nurse reported that it was suspicious that you didn't come in. Do you know what nurse I am referring to? She was your friend? She listened. He said, she's my friend. She listened to me. What about her did you like, Sebastian? She was nice. Kind. So you knew what that appointment was for, right? I don't have to ask you that next question because you're already immediately talking about the pills. You're automatically talking about she was your mental health doctor, kind of like saying she was your friend. She helped because he calls her the he doesn't say mental health. He calls her the friendly health doctor. The friendly health doctor. Even though she was a nurse, he calls her the friendly health doctor. He words it differently. Okay. She knew something was really wrong by you not coming in that day. She knew, didn't she? What do you mean? She tried to tell. What do you mean she tried to tell you, as in me? I wouldn't know. I don't think she reached out to me, sweetie. I think she tried to tell others. It's in the report that she reported that to the police, that it was very suspicious that your appointment was canceled with her. He said, I know I was upset. I was upset. He liked her. Okay. It was canceled. I know, right? Sebastian, you do know how many friends you have now, right? You will always have an endless supply of friends. There's never going to be anybody here that you can't talk to. Chris is on here. I bet he is. I bet he is. I'm sure he is. He's saying Chris is on here. But you don't let him scare you away, sweetie. He has no power here. Nobody has power over you here. You can stay as long as you want. You could say anything you want here. You could swear if you wanted to. And I don't condone swearing, but at the same time, I wouldn't care if you swore. I would want you to say exactly how you feel here without no judgments. And I shouldn't have said that, but you know what? You were always controlled in a way that you never got to say how you really felt, and you can say here how you feel. I shouldn't have told him to swear, but okay. Sebastian, Dad said when he went to the house, he went to your room. Now I'm asking because I want to know, specifically me. Dad said he went to your room the day that he found out that you were missing. And you can correct me however you want to correct me on the situation. You can say you're not missing. You can say you didn't disappear. You can say whatever it is that you need to say and how you want to list it as. He said that your room, it didn't look right. Your switch was plugged into the wall. Okay. That would make sense. He said the closet was messy and there was stuff all over the place. What happened to your room, sweetie? And I don't want you to think if you did it, you're in trouble, because no, that's not what I'm saying. I only ask because I don't think you left your room that way. So what happened? Because you're saying you didn't do it. Who did it? What was he searching for? Yeah, what was he searching for? The lock to what? So when I ask him this, and Sebastian, as everyone's saying on here, I want you to see everybody in green, right? Green, 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 green. You know that's for you, right? Because that's your favorite color, right? You are so protected here. You do not have to worry about anybody, sweetie, okay? This is how amazing everybody is on here for you. Everybody is here for you and only you. Not for me, for you. Okay? Now, he is telling me Chris plugged in switch, number one. That's the first thing. Let me just get that out there. Chris lied and said his room was a mess because of him. That's another. And then Chris was searching lock. Timestamp that, guys. I actually heard, you might actually hear him. You might actually hear a young male on here. Just timestamp it just to be safe, please. He says Chris was searching, but something about lock and then key. Thank you for that. I didn't even know it was this late already. Where'd the time go? We've been on this long already? That's right. I want to stay on here at least till, if you guys are up for it, 1:30. If okay with you guys. Because even if you guys go, even if we shut this down, I still want to try to keep going with him. I'm not sure what he means about lock and key. Oh. Could be a scenario. Because Katie was talking about something in the video the other day that I saw, and she was talking about how he was always trying to ramble through snacks, always trying to find snacks. Makes sense. When you talk about lock and key, Sebastian, what are we talking about, sweetie? What lock and key to what? What is that about? What does that go to? All right. Fridge. Key. You can lock a fridge though. You can get it. I mean, you can. I mean, lock and key, right? Can you lock a refrigerator with a key, or do you have to actually buy a padlock of some sort, right? He's talking about fridge. Fridge. Was he? It doesn't surprise me. He's such a control fanatic. I could see that actually being a fact here. I mean, he would have to explain that away, wouldn't he? Why would the refrigerator be locked? I can't find the key. I can't find the lock, right? Or I can't find the key to the refrigerator. How would he explain that away to anybody, the media that walks in? Maybe the media didn't even see the refrigerator because maybe they weren't even allowed inside that part of the house. See, I don't know. I don't know if they do those kind of things. I was thinking more in my brain like a padlock and a, that would be really sad. I don't know. He's talking about lock and key. Lock to key. So I think he's saying the key to the lock. You know what I mean? Okay, sweetie. I mean, that would you'd have to answer to that. You'd have to be like, well, why the fuck is the refrigerator locked, and who's locking the refrigerator? Why are you locking the refrigerator? Pink Butterfly says, "We love you, bud." Heavy. What's heavy, sweetie? Heavy what? Heavy what? Keep this in mind. He says random things, right? Heavy load. Heavy load. Whatever that means, that will mean something later on, either in this live or who knows what's coming out into the report, other reports. Heavy load. We're just going to leave that in. Okay. Well, it's not like they misplaced the cameras. They just weren't working. If from what I'm saying, that the allegation state. Let me close my window quick, guys, because it is open still, and I don't want the mosquitoes getting in. I'm already getting bit up here. Dear Sebastian, you want to try to put on our REM pod? Sebastian, you're always letting the green one off, honey. I know that's your favorite color, but can I shut it off? I'm going to walk away now, okay? I'm gonna shut this. Let's see how it goes. Okay. I'm gonna walk away from it. Okay. Right off. Shell Bell, they may have gotten rid of the cameras in trash bag. Heavy load, maybe, could be onto that. You never know. Look, I always tell people, listen to these lives, go back to them, because you will catch sometimes, a lot of the times, EVPs. Did you guys just see that huge orb that just, well, going the opposite way that I'm pointing, believe it or not? Pink butterfly says, I heard that padlock the fridge. I wouldn't doubt it at this point. He's referring to key, fridge, lock. He says it right here. To hold back. Oh, I'm not going to say he wasn't there, because I know he was there. I feel he was there. Sebastian stated he was there. That's not something I've ever denied, to say that he was there. You can't even validate his alibi through vetting purposes. That comes from the lawyer. He's overlooked the police report. The police report states safe alibi. It doesn't say the procedures that he took to get to that safe procedural vetting itself. Does that make sense? You can't just say, oh, safe alibi. You had to prove that. You had to have phone numbers. You had to have interview. You had to have all of that stuff being said. You had to prove that. Yeah, yeah, sleeping was there. Okay, Sebastian, sweetie, I have some more questions for you. Do you know why the people that came to talk to you about what was going on in the house, which is called Child Protective Services, I don't want to say CPS, because that is just a shorter word for what I'm trying to ask you. Child Protective Services are the people that should have come talk to you. They didn't believe you. Said you lied. Why did they say that to you, honey? And I don't think that, did they say that to you directly, that it's not, how can you tell me exactly how they worded it to you specifically? As in, how did they consider you to be lying to them? What was the phrases that they used to come to that conclusion, to come to that answer? He said he tried to tell them Chris was hurting him. Timestamp. Right over the shoulder here. Timestamp that, please. Good one, Veronica. We could actually word it like that as well. Okay, so they didn't believe you that Chris was hurting you, right? But in the reports, it states something else. It says that they believed that you were in imminent risk. You were in imminent danger. Why would they state that and not believe you? So it has, well, when you say it has to do with Chris, right? What do you mean it has to do with Chris? If they thought that you were unsafe, let's say that. If you were unsafe there, right? They put that in the report. That's the allegation in some of this report. Why did they not, timestamp, why did they not take you out of the home? Why did they close the case? Do you know that, honey? It boils down to Chris telling these people that he's a liar, that he's this, he's that, more or less saying that the allegations aren't true. So I guess, Sebastian, I'm a little confused, right? Because it does state that they knew something was really wrong and you were not safe. So I guess my question is, if you can't answer it, it's okay. I just want to know why they would close the cases down and not help you and not get you out of that house. I believe you, sweetie. Chris told them to talk to Kathy. Why would they tell them to talk? Why would he tell them to talk to Kathy? Oh, okay. I don't believe the 3-hour phone call either. Hold on, guys. I just lost my train of thought really quick. I want to go back to this because he just told me something and it went blank on me. Kathy told them. Can you repeat that for me one more time, honey? It makes sense to what he's saying. It makes complete sense to what he's saying. He says in a CPS report, right? When you work in healthcare, you see a lot of shit. You have to go through a lot of shit. This is not new. I understand exactly what he's saying. You have to have, in a CPS case, you have to have a family member that can vouch for you if there's an accusation that's being said. You have to have someone outside the home that is not your family to vouch for you if something like this should ever occur. And that's what he's talking about. He's like, Kathy told, he doesn't call her grandma. He doesn't call her any of that. He just says, Kathy told them he almost made it sound like I was the problem. Kathy told Child Protective Services that you were what? It's okay, sweetie. You don't have to. We can. You don't have to prove anything here. You're not, that's not the purpose of this question, honey. If I made you feel that way, that's not what I meant to do. I believe you. 100% believe you. I just want people to know what they said about you. That's all. It's not a question of whether what they said about you is true. No, that's not what I mean, sweetheart. I'm asking because I want everybody to know what they were saying about you. I want them to know what they were lying about, not the other way around. Chris lied, Kathy lied. They both said that I was trouble. There you go. Thank you, sweetie. That's all I needed to hear. No more questions about that question, okay? You don't have to answer anymore. I'm moving on. You don't have to worry about that. That wasn't the question. I didn't ask that because I didn't believe you. I believe you 100%. Kind of felt like I didn't believe him. Not that he thought that I didn't believe him. It kind of made him feel, it's kind of like, why do I need to explain this? It's not fair. It's not what I meant, sweetheart. I believe you 100%, 1,000%, a million percent. Everything that you tell me, I believe you. Your words have meaning. Yeah. Yep. Search and solve. Exactly what I think. Exactly what he meant. They lied about him, saying he was trouble. They wanted him out of the way. So they closed the cases down, not believing any word this poor boy had to say. So Veronica, for this question you want me to ask, honey, Chris, did Chris know the person that came to the house, related or friend, as in the Child Protective Services? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, and that's probably why he just, he didn't get angry with me, but I could feel his frustration. He's so used to exactly searching, so he's so used to no one listening to him or believing him. And it's just what he's taking with him. He's so used to having. And I know some of these questions are hard, sweetie, and they're not meant to hurt you in any way. They're not meant to make you feel bad. I just want to know your side of the story. I want everybody to know you, who you were, and your side of the story, what you went through. It has nothing to do with not believing you, because I believe everything you say to me. I believe he put you in a chokehold, honey. He's talking about chokehold again. Chris put him in a chokehold. And fucking deny that, buddy. Deny it, because I guarantee you that'll be in the CPS reports. And for you to deny that and it comes out in the CPS reports, I can't wait to have that validated on Sebastian's part. I can't wait. Can't wait. Because I'm going to give you the biggest middle finger ever. Right on camera, and I don't give a shit. Sweetheart, Sebastian, the night that you went, I'm going to say you went missing. Not that you left, but when you went missing, right? The night you went missing, was anything dropped on the ground or anything that you can tell me to look for specifically? And I'm not going to say this part out loud because assholes are on here. I'm going to keep that close to the vest. And I will give it to somebody that I can, I can trust you guys. I'm not worried about it. But I'm going to give that to somebody to get back to Seth in some way, shape, or form. Okay? Sweetheart, was anything dropped or left behind that you can remember or know about the night that you went missing, or the night that I'm just going to be real, the night that they took you, sweetie, the night that they took you out of that house? I don't want to say missing because I know you didn't go missing and I know you didn't run away. I'm just going to be real here. The night that they took you, is there anything? Is there anything? He said, I vanished. He's more or less saying he vanished. There's like no. Is there anything left behind we can look for, or was anything dropped? Okay. When you say key, sweetie, what do you mean key? Key to the house? Key to the fridge? Lock and key, lock and key, lock and key. Lock and key to what, honey? What does this go to? What does it go to? You sold me the fridge. Is there something else that's missing that you've dropped and they can't find? Did he have a key to the keypad of the house? Because I assume with that type of house, it wasn't just twisty, like a twist knob, doorknob. It had to have been a specialized keypad. Can anybody validate that for me? Does anybody know that? Timestamp. So lock and key is a big deal, okay? Whatever that means. It could be a lock key to the house that's missing. And, okay, locksmith. When I hear locksmith, that is my symbol for key to the house, key to the house, key to the house. So he might have had, what makes me wonder, and I'm going to say this, maybe Sebastian got a hold of Chris's keys, because we spoke about a keychain before, if I'm not mistaken. Punch code, so he never needed the key. I have punch code, but I still have keys, because if your battery dies, you have to have a way to access the key to get into the house. You can either do it from your phone, but see, that's the thing, what they don't tell you. And I know this because I have it. You got a keypad. You can unlock and lock your doors from your phone, which I'd like to know if they had it, because if that's the case, then that's a problem too. Keypad entry, it doesn't matter if it's just keypad. There is still a key that you can use to unlock your door, because the keypad is operated by batteries. There's that key right there. It didn't work. Seth stated it didn't work. Yeah, I know that because I have keypads. And you can lock the door and unlock the door through your phone, but if your battery is dead, it does not work. You have to have a set of keys with you, because if that battery dies, you're screwed. You have to have another entry to your home, because those are deadbolts, first of all. So if that deadbolt locks on you and you don't have a way to get in, the keypad is not going to work on your phone, or it's not going to work with the punching in of the code. The battery has to be always 100% kept up. Yeah, so there was a key, because Semper's mom states that she said that he had a key to the house on Nancy Grace. Okay. So let's get back to these questions here. And then I want to go back to Veronica, I think, had a great question on here. Hold on. I know there was a question on here that Veronica asked me. I'm going to ask him what the punch code was if he knew it. I wonder if he knew it. Do you think he knew it? Oh, yes, to the storage unit. Okay. Yeah, if you have code pad, that is a fact. You've got to have a backup plan because if that battery dies, nothing you do is going to work. You've got to have a key. So it makes sense why he would have a key. Okay. Sebastian, sweetie, how did you get that bruise around your neck? And you already answered it earlier. Yeah, oh, okay, it's still the same. Okay. I just want to make sure. That was me, by the way. That little tapping, me. Yeah, he had to have had a key because he let himself in after school and things and such. When we talk about your neck, Sebastian, and the bruise around your neck, you state Chris, right? Now, my question for you is, right, how did that bruise occur from Chris? What would have happened? Hold. He talks about this hold all the time. How did he hold you, honey? What did he do? Can you show me? Because you can tell me and you can show me too. That would help a lot too. Like, give me a picture. He said, Chris, I don't want to. That's what he's saying to Chris. Chris, I don't want to. And it's like he's got his arm around him right here. I said to listen. Yeah, I also see one about a. You also stated, Veronica, one about a storage unit or something. Yep, KP said he knew code to get in front door after school too. Okay, that makes sense. So the bruise from his neck came from Chris, and he's showing me this arm around him like this, right? And he's saying, Chris, I don't want to. I said to listen, and that was in Chris's voice. I hear it's kind of like he's giving me a psychic replay, psychic, a psychic impression of it, a psychic replay. Did you bite or scratch Chris? Arm. There you go, the arm. Left arm or right arm? I swear you said left arm first. Are you saying left arm or right arm? Oh, hold on a minute. I got to go back to what's the question? Why are you pointing me to her, honey? Simpra's mom, was there a question you had about the bite marks? Did you bite both of his arms, sweetheart, or did you bite one arm? Oh, you're the one, because he's referring back to you. That's why I asked you that. He told me to go back to your question. I asked what happened when he bit CP. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. So she wants to know what happened when you bit Chris. What happened when you bit him? What do you mean don't remember? I asked that, honey. Just you don't remember so many times. Grab. Punch. Send. Left to mean something different. Gave mark. Heart. Push. Fell. Grab. Send. Left. Mom. I needed her. Well, I can tell you this is real shitty. He said so many times, left, grab arm, punch, send, left, gave mark, heart, push, fell, grab, send, left. Mom, I needed her. Why do I need to go back to her question, honey? What is it about her that I need to go back to her for? What happened? Simpra's mom. Am I saying your name right, honey? Simpra's mom. Can you get on here for a minute? I need to. I'm not understanding why he wants you back on here. He's asking for you specifically. I think because your question points out something specifically for him, and I'm looking for my damn hair tie because my hair is driving me nuts. Did I don't know. Ah, here it is. I got it. Putting my hair up for a minute. Simpra's mom, are you want to get on here? Give me 1 second. I just gotta put my glasses back on. He's repeating your name specifically over and over again about your question, and I think it's because there's something in your question that triggers him to. I don't know if he realizes you're listening, or if you're. Do you know more about this question than what you're saying? Because I'm kind of getting the hint, like he's kind of like telling me you know more than what you're saying, if that makes sense. And I don't mean that in a rude or cunning way. He's talking about, my exact question was, on the night he disappeared, did Sebastian bite CP? And if yes, what happened? What did you want to know, honey? You're asking me to call on her. What did you need to know about her? Sebastian, I guess I don't really know how to say this to you, Simper. He's asking. He's kind of asking like about you specifically. He's asking. Um, he's saying he gave you what you needed. I don't know if I should ask her that, honey. I mean, I'll do it for you, okay? I just don't want this to take away from your time because I want this to be for you. Semper's mom, I'm being told to ask about you. What's going on in your life that is kind of like imminent? That this would be Sebastian. You know, he's always thinking about everybody else. He's talking about your life. I asked the same question with me, dowsing rods, and yes, he gave an answer. Welcome, um, Semper's mom. He's asking about you, honey. Veronica, I'm going to be asking that question, but this isn't me. This is him wanting to Semper's mom. This is what he's telling me to ask her. What's going on in your life that you're taking the time out of your life to be here when you have your own things going on, so to speak? I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say that to you because he's repeatedly said something about you specifically. I'm going to leave it at that for now. Okay. Um, if you don't want to talk about anything on here, you don't have to. If you don't know what he's talking about, let me know. I'm only asking because he's asking me to ask you. I have people around me that cause me stress, but he is more important to me than what is happening in my life. I will be okay. Okay, honey, did you hear that? Um, how do I ask you this without being invasive? Do you have somebody that kind of makes you feel bullied? You don't have to answer that. Please don't feel um, um, you don't have to answer any question that I ask you, but I think he sees something in you. Yes, there it is. Okay, that makes sense, Sebastian. Okay, honey, I get you now, babe. He kind of sees it might not be to that extent. I'm not sure what your circumstances. I'm asking you specifically because he's kind of like saying you have a bully too. You have a bully too. It's going to be okay. You had a bully. He had a bully. You have a bully. It's going to be okay. And that's why I asked you. Do you have kind of like someone that is? It's not about just the stress. It's about being like a bully or to that extent. He's asking about your well-being. And it's going to be okay. Fight back, fight back. I've spent my life advocating for children, so Sebastian's situation has been so important to me. And I think that's why he's singling you out, because Sebastian has his way with those kinds of things. Sebastian. He is just the sweet. He really is. He really is a sweet, sweet boy. I love this kid. I really do. If I knew that there anything was going on, I would have went for custody of this kid. I would have took him. I would have gave him a loving space. Well, sweetie, now you know he wants you to understand that you're going to be okay. He wants to know about your life and, fight back. So Simper's mom says, thank you, sweetheart. She's going to be okay. Thank you for asking about her. And, you would, Sebastian, stop this live to check on someone else because that's who you are. You're such a good boy. You're such a good soul. I really do love you. I really do have a place in my heart for you. Thank you, sweetheart. Kid gets my heart, I tell you that. Okay. Let's get back to these questions for him, okay? Just Diana Bond says, Sebastian, you have so many people around the world, honey, not just in one place, around the world, that love and support and believe you from Ontario, Canada, sweetheart. That's so you have so many people, sweetheart. So many, so many, so many. Okay, baby. Let's get back to these questions, okay? Remember, if there's anything that I ask you that bothers you, please don't think you have to answer them because you don't. I'm just asking so that we know we can give your word and give it validation, okay? Sebastian, the cameras, why were they shut off the day or the night before you went missing? Now, were they broken or did they malfunction or did they, you tell me. Were they shut off on purpose? Um, no, they weren't shut off on purpose. Okay, okay, okay. Not shut off on purpose. You see, you think everything in a case looks suspicious. In this case, it does. But Sebastian said just now that they were not shut off on purpose. And I believe him. What was wrong with the cameras that they weren't working at the time that you were taken? Can you explain just a little bit more for me? He goes, I don't know, Chris something. He's talking about I don't know and then Chris. I don't know and then Chris. He said, strange, they just stopped working. Strange, just stopped working. That's what he's saying. He's saying, strange, just stop working. And then he says, I don't know, Chris. I don't know, Chris. So, I mean, do we know if that was intentional? Maybe he doesn't know, but not shut off on purpose. But then he shrugs his shoulders and says, I don't know, Chris. I don't know, Chris. Sebastian, I have a hard question for you, baby. But I have to ask this, okay? I really have to ask this. But you have a choice, okay? You have a choice to answer it, and if you don't want to, it's okay. What did mom help in your disappearance? How did mom help in your disappearance? Meaning what, sweetheart? What do you mean? Where is that? Where is there? Keep going, sweetie. How much should I say of this, honey? Okay. Let me get through the first part, and you stop me if you want me to stop. Okay. She left me there. Chris took me. Okay. What about this part? What about this part right here? Should I say that on here for you? I just don't know if I should say it, sweetie. I can be as strong as I need to be for you. I'm okay. Should I just say it? I know. I don't want to give it away. What part do you want me to leave out? Can we leave the Chris part out? He's asking me not to say a certain thing. Um, how can I say it Talk about dark. Okay, what part should I not say? You're talking about the Chris. Okay. Do I just say he? You want me to pass on it? Can you give me more advice on what you want me to not say, please? I don't know if I should say he's telling me not to say a certain thing. And it's really shitty at that. It's not a good thing. I remember the car lights, sweetheart. I want you to understand that nothing that I repeat is held against you, or it's not. If you don't want me to say it, I won't say it, but I want you to know everything here. You have the ability to just say exactly what you want to say. So I know he knows. He's like, Chris knows already. Is there a reason why you don't want me to say it? Chris can't hurt me. He can't do shit to me. Chris will never be a part of my world, sweetheart. He would be put down quicker than he could say I quit. Don't be scared, sweetie. He's not going to hurt me. Are you okay with it? No. Okay. I won't say it. I give you my word I won't say it. He's asking me not to say something because he's afraid I'm going to get hurt. I'm not. I'm respectfully not going to share it because he's asking me not to. Yeah, he wants to keep me safe, and that's why he's worried about. That should tell you the extent of fear that man instilled in this child. Think about that. There is something so valid to this that he doesn't want me to repeat this. And I'm not going to say it because he doesn't want me to. I really wish you wouldn't mind, but you know what? I am going to, because I'm going to keep my promise true. I'm not going to say it. When you're ready, it's right in my notebook. You tell me when you're ready to say it. You're brave. You definitely are. Yeah, you are. Simper's mom, Simper's mom. He's talking about Simper's mom again. Simper's mom, Simper's mom. Don't be ashamed. What do you have to be ashamed of, honey? Nothing to be ashamed of. We're going to move on from that question, okay? When you're ready, it's written down. I have a whole paragraph of the things that he's told me, and I'm going to leave it at that. And I can tell you it's really shitty. And he let me say, she left me there. And that's all I was allowed to say. After that comes all Chris. All Chris. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to disrespect him and say anything out of what I said I wasn't going to say. That's it. I'm not going to go any further with that. As much as I really was hoping he would trust me and wants me to, he's like, no, he doesn't feel I'm safe. So I'm not going to do that to him. I want him to trust me, and he has my full heart. I will not go against what he says. No matter if it's pertinent to the case or not, or if it's in the CPS reports, no matter what, everything's going to come to light anyway, and he doesn't want me to say this. So he's talking about being ashamed, and even though there's nothing in here that he needs to be ashamed of, in his feelings, he wants me not to say it. So that's it. Okay, sweetie. Okay, I already asked you that question, honey. We're going to go behind. We're going to go back to the next page. I skipped over a page, and I didn't. I did that on purpose because I wanted to get to the harder ones first, because actually, that's not actually. Yeah, Sebastian, you're not the one to feel ashamed, honey. Everyone that failed helping you should feel ashamed, and that's all there is to it. Okay, sweetie, I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 more questions, okay? And like I said, if you answer them, great. If you don't, that's okay too, okay? Sebastian, I'm asking this question for one of the people on here because it would help to know what he lies to the police about. Do you know what Chris lies to the police about? Whereabouts? Ooh, that was loud and clear. Woof. Okay. What else did he lie to the police about, or lie to the media about? Sebastian. Yes, I know, sweetheart. He lied to the media about you. He said me, Sebastian, and he lied about his whereabouts. Anything else? He didn't. He once lied to Katie, saying that he hit Faith. He's such an asshole. When we talk about the police, right? What does he tell the police that is not the truth? Can you think of anything that he told the police that is not true? Time. Times for what, Chris? Timestamp. What times are we talking about, sweetheart? I don't know what that means. Can you explain to me what that means? I'm confused. I mean, I can ask them, but I don't know what that means. He talks about he lied about the times. Are you saying chain or change? You saying, we'll just say both just for the sake of it. He said Chris lied about the times, the time chain or time change. I don't know what that means. Thank you. So whatever that means, time, he lied about the time changes. Can you give me an example? Can you tell me what time change he lied about? Or like a day or the situation or who he lied to about the time change? Ha 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 ha. Here's Paul. Paul. Okay. First time I've heard Paul tonight. Dan. Okay. Chris. Keep it coming, baby cakes. Thank you. Holy shit. You are awesome, Sebastian. Mark. Lie. He talks about Paul, Dan, Chris, Will, Mark, lie. Mark could be a name or it could be a mark on the body. Paul, yes. So this is not something that is mistakenly, psychically just talked about. Sometimes you just get names of places and things that might just be in the vicinity of something. But Paul has been in this damn thing from the fucking time we've started. Who are these people to Chris? Timestamp. It's pretty loud. Who are these people to Chris? Paul. Okay. Who's Paul to Chris? We ask all the time, honey. He is? I'll leave that open. Okay. Do I say that? I'll ask you, do I say that? From now on, if you say something to me, I'll ask you for your permission to say it. Paul. He talks about helping Chris fix a car. Mechanic. You guys not hear that? I'll be right back. Let me just check outside or something. Let me just make sure this isn't anything outside. JC, are you out here? Come on. It wasn't you, though. You were way across the street. I just had to call my cat in, and my cat came from all the way across the street. You want to come in? Come on. Hello. Oh, my big boy. Come on. Look who's here. Sebastian. Chase came in. He's purring. Hi. Say hi. Okay. Okay, get down. Okay. All right. I wonder if that was Sebastian telling me the cat wanted to come in. Because I had to call the cat from way across the street. Cat wasn't meowing. That's funny. Yeah, I wonder if that was him. Paul is a mechanic. Ask him if it's a full-time job or. So, when you talk about Paul fixing the car with Chris, right? You talk about mechanic. Do you know where he works, Sebastian? Paul, yeah, Paul. Where does Paul work? Jason, where'd you go, buddy? There you were. Okay. Oh, yeah. I remember that. So, Chris was helping fix someone's car. Was that Paul's car? No, that wasn't Paul's car? Okay. That was a big no. Did Paul and Chris work on the car at the campground? I'm running out of space, buddy. You already asked that question, so we'll use this space here, okay? What are you doing, huh? Good boy. Yes, you are. Diane, I need you to be more specific with that question because that's an open-ended question and we have to know, Sebastian has to know what that means. Sebastian, I have a hard question for you, sweetheart. I'm going to wait for Diana to give me a rewording of that question. We talk about a storage unit, okay? Now, from what you told me earlier, right, and you didn't want me to say, this validates everything for me that you told me so way in the beginning. But this part, right, there was a storage unit that I believe like maybe there was a scent of something there and the dogs picked up on a scent, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm wording it right, guys, please tell me if I'm wrong. And people want to know if someone, did Chris or somebody or Paul or somebody place you in a storage unit to hide you? No? Yep, that was my next question. Here's a question, Sebastian, that I didn't have written down for you, sweetheart. The night of your disappearance, how did it happen so fast that you disappeared and no one picked you up on camera? Did I just know that it was really dark? Is there anything else you remember? Maybe we can do that. Maybe we could talk about what you remember that night. What do you remember about the night that you disappeared? Talk about Chris's hat. He wore a hat, right? He remembers Chris's hat. Okay. What about his hat? Was he there that night wearing it? Show me something about his hand. What about his hand? Said that night Chris was there, he slapped him. Choke. Hit. Why? Why did he do that to you, sweetheart? Don't know. He just wouldn't stop. Where was Mom? She knew I had to leave. Yes. Surrender. Police. I wanted to know why. You couldn't. You couldn't what, honey? Couldn't go. Mom hated. Mom hated. Oh, sweetie. I don't know if you guys were hearing anything I was saying here. He talks about, oh, and that was the one thing. He shows me Chris's fist. It's not balled up tight, but it's just enough. And he sees, it's almost like I see these knuckles. He's kind of like I don't want to say discolored, but discolored. It almost looks like, and it was a left hand. And it's almost like you see somebody that has like dirty calluses on their hands. Like dryness, always working in dirt and things that discolor your skin. And then he spoke about Chris's hat. He remembers Chris's hat. Slap, choke, hit. And I said, why was he doing that? He goes, I don't know. He just wouldn't stop. He speaks of surrender, police. Knew I had to leave. Speaks of the word will again. Mom hated, I loved her. Wanted to know why I couldn't go. So you're hearing this, right? Slap, choke, hit. He didn't understand why this was going on. If you guys are not frozen, give me a thumbs up. Okay, we got some hearts going. So we're okay? You guys heard what I said, right? All right, I'm going to exit out this live. Loud and clear, Mommy. Just now, loud and clear, Mommy. You guys should be able to hear that. Did you guys just hear mommy just now? Holy shit. Did you hear that? Mommy. Did you guys just hear mommy? Sweetheart, I have one or two more questions if you're okay. If you're okay to answer this, just yes or no is fine, okay? Chris Paul, Chris Paul, Chris Paul. Okay, sweetheart. Dump, dump, dump. Does Paul work at the dump? Chris and Paul knew where to take him. Exactly where to take him. Right. Good question. Semper's mom or search and solve. We've got to verify that actually. Sweetheart, when we talk about Chris and Paul and Chris hurt you and all these things that happened, are we talking about Chris Carr or Chris Proudfoot? Chris Proudfoot. Chris Proudfoot. Chris Proudfoot. Catherine B. I remember the landfill search, but at this time, I have no confidence whatsoever in Sumner County. None. Not a one. Sebastian goes missing on garbage night. But from what he's told me not to repeat, and Chris Paul dump, there's a lot of different meanings here. Well, I need to ask him these two questions before I ask any other question. There's two questions we did not get to here. Sebastian, I need to ask you about a place, okay? I can look that up, sweetheart. My phone is free now. So give me a minute and I will look that up. 1 minute. I just got to find my GPS thing here. Give me a second, everybody. I just got to look something up quick. He said something to me, and I got to know if it's a place or if it's just like something he's repeating. He said it here. I have a few things that I'll be sending over to somebody that's looking into these places that's being mentioned. They did not do a serious search. No suits, gloves. It wasn't ether. No, I mean, I saw that myself. If I'm not mistaken, I saw that. I forget where I saw it from. Somebody posted maybe a picture of something, and they weren't even suited up to dig, to look in any of the. You didn't do barely anything. You just looked for something bloody, and that was it. You didn't get into the nitty gritty of it, so to speak. Sebastian, I'd like to ask you about Airport Road, South Airport Road, in Gallatin. Gallatin. Okay, where's that one again? Okay. Yeah, I definitely felt it was BS too, but it is, Okay, sweetie, I have a hard question for you, but this is going to be the last hard question I have for you tonight. If I have any more questions, it's not going to be about, I don't want to ask him any more questions about, oh, Chase, you scared me. Get down here, young man. No, come, come. No, candles, come. I thought you were, I'm going to hold the cat for now, or I'll just put him out there for now. Come on, sweetheart, go out there for now. There you go. My cat is like, he's literally killing any animal. It's got cat hair in my mouth, excuse me. My cat is killing every animal in sight. He's become a little serial killer. I have a animal cemetery so far this summer, and I'm trying to keep him inside from not doing that to any more animals. It's really tough. He is quite the hunter. Sweetheart, I have to ask you one more tough question. And then, if you still want to ask any more questions tonight, Chase, he is something else, I tell you. If you can answer this for me, thank you so much, honey. But if you can't, no worries. Did Chris hurt your belly at home or before you left? Before you disappeared all the time? And that goes back to all the time. I'm kind of confused what that means, though. I'd hate to speculate on this question, Sebastian. Sebastian, is there anything Chris did to you that your mom didn't know about? I'm not going to repeat that because that's too vulgar for me, honey, okay? Unless you want me to, and I will for you. Even if it makes me cringe, I will say it for you. I won't hold back. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I get it. Is there anything that Chris did do to you that I'm trying to say this in a way without implying? Did Chris do anything to you, or we know he has no boundaries. We know he hurt you. But is there any other way that Chris hurt you? Listen. Come on. Come on. Is there any other way that Chris hurt you that really don't want to say it and imply that in any way? All right, my lovey, you're not going outside. Hunting's over for the night, my sweetheart. Hunting is over. You got to go out there for now. The candles are not safe. Okay? I'm assuming you guys know what I'm trying to ask here without saying it. Okay. Sebastian, I'll ask you, like, talk to patients that are in an uncomfortable situation that may have made someone uncomfortable. Was there any time that Chris touched you in a way that made you feel uncomfortable? I don't really know how to ask it without implying it. And I don't want to give something a lead, so to speak, if that makes sense. Did Chris ever touch you inappropriately? I don't have an answer for that. He hasn't given me an answer. Yeah, I don't think he's. If it has, I don't feel he's. Don't think he's there yet. I don't think he's there um, to state that yet. It's not that he doesn't trust saying it. I think it's more of a if it did occur. I don't think he's ready to say that yet. Okay. I'm going to ask a couple more questions for him. I have no more questions in my notebook, so I'm going to be going off more of Simper's mom. Oh, yeah, we've already asked that question. Sebastian, I have a question for you. Here's a question for you. Okay? Green Hoodie comes to Texas Roadhouse that night to meet Mom, right? And okay, just forget the question. Forget the question. I'm being told to not ask that question. Was Chris at Texas Roadhouse? Talks about background. He says background and meat. Background and meat. Key, 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 key. Who was Mom waiting for at Texas Roadhouse? Who's Shirley? Is Shirley for this case or Shirley for somebody else? Okay, well, right now we're not doing that. Right now we're here for Sebastian Rogers, okay? It just came right in. It was like, as soon as I ask that question, Shirley shows up. Is there a Shirley in this case? I don't know. Was Katie Proudfoot waiting for someone at Texas Roadhouse? Okay, we'll go to the different question. So I got Shirley immediately, but I don't. The way I have it, it was something different. She was waiting for a call. Oh, she was waiting for a call from Chris. Oh, okay. Gave key. Is that what that was? Giving her a key for giving a key for Chris? Paul giving the key to Chris and Paul? Sebastian. Left behind. Talk about the silhouette and the light. I thought that the lights were off in Katie Proudfoot's house because Sebastian's talking about the silhouette. Pay attention to the silhouette in the house. Pay attention to the silhouette in the house. Because he's talking about Chris and Paul. Chris and Paul. Sebastian. Then I have the word went, left, behind. Also talking about silhouette. Chris Punch. You're going to hear things like punch, slap, choke in this report because we're back to Chris Punch. Chris Punch. He's talking about Chris Punch, slap, all this stuff. Simper's mom didn't mob talk about the silhouette. I don't know what that is. Mob crew. Oh, okay. I've heard of him. You guys have talked about him before on here. The neighbors said there was a silhouette after the lights went out on camera. The neighbors said they seen someone in the front room window, no lights on. Well, he's mentioning silhouette in the house. I bet you Chris was already in that house when Sebastian. See, okay, Sebastian, I have a question for you, sweetie. I want to ask because I want to know the timeline of your disappearance. You went to Texas Roadhouse, you left. Back door again. What about the back door? Chris. Oh, Chris. Chris came in the back door. Paul and Chris came in the back door. Carrie. Left. Me. Hid. Went. Can I say that part though? Because that part's in this part that you don't want me to say. Okay. Do you want me to talk about that or leave that out? Because, like, again, that's what you're showing me, but that would lead back to this part that you said not to tell. Do you want me to say that part that's coming up now then? Okay. So, I'm thinking person at Texas Roadhouse, Katie slips house key. Back door. Paul, Chris enter the back door. He talks about back door, Chris and Paul. Carrie left me. Chris says his last name. Hid, hide, went. Also speaking about the silhouette. Yeah. Sebastian, did mom hear a thud like she told the police? Was that true or was that a lie? Did he hear a did mom hear a thud in your room? This is a kicker, guys. She said yes. He said yes. She did hear a thud, but she knew who it was. She knew who it was. So being that she said she heard a thud, I don't know why. So her mentioning it to the police for what reason? Right. No, I don't. I'm not gonna. I wonder if that was just something that occurred prior to. Let's ask that. It's a good question, though. So let's get back to the one question we just. Let's hold off on that. I wanna get back to this thud. So the thud was a real thud, but Mom knew what that thud was. She said she knew what it was. He had me in. He had him in there with me. Dark presence. Back gate. Do they have a back gate? Catherine. Yes, girl. I wonder. The key has so many different representations now. Sebastian, did Chris drop the keys in your room the night you disappeared? Two keys. Two keys. Let's talk about two keys. Two keys, Chris. Something about fell. Who fell? Chris fell. How did Chris fall? How did he fall? What happened that he fell? Let me say that. But how did he fall? What made him fall? Trip. Sebastian, the bite marks on his arm. Those are, I would like to have a timeline. Yep, Chris. Those bite marks on his arm, Sebastian. When did they happen? It talks about the night before. Okay, sweetie. Let's talk about this. I don't know if I've asked you this question. Did you go missing? Okay. Did you disappear February 25th or February 26th? Timestamp that. Do you know what day, time of night you went missing? What do you mean? Sweetheart, that would be impossible because the Texas Roadhouse video, it's dark out. He's talking about it was light out. It was light out. Okay, so if it was light out, okay. Maybe you meant something else. Oh, oh. Okay, honey. That's okay. I gotcha. He's telling me it was light out, right? But in actuality, it's the street lights in the dark. That makes okay. Okay, I understand. I gotcha. Um, so the thud was real. He states the thud was real, but she knew what the thud was. And I think when she said it on, because what she did in the house versus what she told the media she did. Hey, Bubba, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you better stop and you better get to bed. No, that's not what she did. She knew what the thud was. But she told media or whoever it is that she did the interview with, that's what she stated. That's why she made such a big deal about he's 15 years old. You don't go into. She made it sound like she didn't want to go into his room because he might be doing something. And that would be for me the oddest thing ever to assume that's the one thing that your child's doing, considering that was just weird for me to assume that he was doing, and you didn't assume anything else. It couldn't have been he maybe fell out of bed. It couldn't have been that maybe somebody was in his room. Something. Now, Sebastian, hair. He's talking about hair. Okay. When you say hair, are you talking about your hair? Because you're showing me the back of your head. And if I'm being specific, it would be the left side of your head, the back of your head. This part of your hair, the back of your head. Why do you point that out to me? It's kind of showing me like the back part of his head, and it would be towards the left side, but it's kind of like he's showing me. I don't understand what he's trying to show me there. It's kind of like showing me a hand on the head right here, but the thumb is here, almost like, I don't want to say, but I don't want to speculate this, but almost like a pressure point to the head, and because I don't want to be sure, I'm not quite sure on what he's trying to show me, but to me it's almost like a pressure point to the back of the head. Something about Chris again. Chris had a long sleeve white shirt on, and it had something here for a design, and he had jeans on and boots. Well, thank you, sweetie. Can you tell me what Paul had on next? Hide. What you mean? You want me to hide? Or are you saying, or do you? He hid. Okay. Where is that? Where are they bringing you? Back room. I'm not gonna. No, Chase, you cannot come in. You're trying to get out. He's talking about Paul Hidd. Sebastian, I'm trying to. He's talking about plastic. He's talking about duct tape. He's talking about black bags. And 2 people. Back road. Wrapped body. Hit. Went sideways. Down hole. Lever. He said this the last live. Lever. I have it right here. Lever. Lever. He said lever the last time. No, he's a fucking liar. He's a liar. He said a lever. Now a lever, right? Why would you need to hide someone in a hole with a lever? Lever. What could that mean? Lever. Yeah, lever. Sometimes my accent overtakes, so I try to. The way I use my speech tries to cover the accent. Chris. Went. Chase, no, honey. In the one, I think you can see his ankles. Taped. Was it lower or upper? I see ankles. So the lower part of his body, right? But strangely, I don't see the top of him. I don't see the top of him wrapped. So I'm wondering if he have him like. I wonder. No, I don't want to implement that because I don't know if that's why. But Savannah was bent in half, and she was backwards, and that's how they had her wrapped up in the bag. And I see his ankles. I see his. I could see the tape around his ankles in black, so I know his feet are on the bottom. Yes, my darling. Come on. But it's like I can only see so much of him in the black bag, so I don't know where the other part of him is. To be technical here. JC. Give me 1 second. Come on. Come on. How about I just put all the candles out so you can just not set yourself on fire, kiddo. What do you think? No. You're such a do-it-all-yourself cat. You know that you don't listen. He doesn't want me. He's trying to move my leg. Okay. I have to try to keep him here with me for a few minutes before we close this live down. I know you're mad. I don't know. He's repeated the lever in the last live we did and this live tonight. So lever means something big in where he's at. But that goes to also tell me that, again, he's deep down in something. A lever, which means a tool of some sort, was used to place him where he is. So I don't want to speculate until we can get more from that. My friend, my love, come. I'm going to have to, no, he's so moody. He wants to get out now. Okay, my love, I can't have you in here if you're going to try to bite. Okay? Sorry, guys. But he is some kind of angry tonight. He wants to get outside to hunt, and I'm not going to let him. Okay. I'm being told the lever is the clue. The lever is the clue. The lever is a big clue. Lever is the big clue. I don't know what that means. Is that what you're trying to tell? Was it like a sewer with a lid? Lift the lid with a bar, like a lever. No, that's not it. I'm being told no. Give me a minute. I have to text my husband. Sebastian, are you near a dam? Oh, like water? Something just touched my fucking arm. And then that started going off. Well, that has been the first time I've ever been touched on my arm before. You know, search and solve, when I hear lever, I'm thinking machinery, equipment, build, destroy. This is like what I'm hearing. But what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to get off this live because my husband tried to call me twice, and I don't know if Caleb is needing something. He might not be feeling well or something, so I have to go check what it could be. We can do another live regarding Sebastian this coming, I want to say this coming Sunday. I don't know. I felt like somebody just did this to my elbow, and you guys heard that go off. I don't know what it was because it felt like somebody was just kind of like nudging my arm, my elbow. I don't know. It was different tonight. I've never been touched like that, and then that goes off. I just need to go check on Caleb and make sure everything's good in the house. And we will have to do another live. I will give you guys a date and time, members. And then we will go from there. But he answered a lot tonight. There were some things I was not expecting to hear, like the cameras not working. That kind of not working on purpose. Hold on. I want to make sure I wrote that down correctly because that would make a big difference in how it was referenced. Yeah, he never calls me this late, so I'm wondering if maybe he don't feel good or maybe Caleb came downstairs. Hold on a minute. These are the questions we asked him, so they would be over here. And I wrote down. Sure. That was the thud. Timestamp. Active night tonight. I don't know. Where the hell did it go? I know I wrote it down. Either way, I said it out loud. So the cameras they shut off. Not shut off on purpose. Not, I repeat, not shut off on purpose. He said something about Chris, I don't know. Chris, I don't know. So they might not have been shut off on purpose, but do we know what he means by saying, like, Chris, I don't know? Like, kind of like he's saying something about Chris and the cameras, but he doesn't really know what the goings on of the cameras were. We can go back to that and ask him again, but I just got to make sure everything's okay in the house. And tonight's live was very, 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 very informational. All right, everybody, watch your 6, and I will keep you guys posted on the next date and time for us, okay? All right, everybody. Nolan Wells live will be next Friday. So for those people that have asked me to do his case, I will be doing a full-on spirit session with him next Friday. Sebastian's live, the next Sebastian Rogers live will be probably 26th of this month. Okay, everybody stay safe, please, and watch your 6, and I will see you all very soon. Okay? Thank you, everybody.